Wednesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few moments, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we are doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Welcome to those who are joining us across the other apps as well. Listen, there's a few things we need to talk about in relationality to this energy right now. We've got an interesting new moon coming up. It's a Taurus new moon in Aries season, and specifically a Taurus new moon in Aries season is all about finding new points of strength, being able to recognize and identify what one is putting one's strength to, new abilities to effectively identify how to get stronger at things. It's also a continuation of a lot of the processes that we've been seeing that have been occurring with a lot of the combinations of the planetary alignments that we've been seeing. Specifically, the ones that I want to talk about right now are the continuation that we are navigating of Jupiter in Cancer, which again is much more difficult than when it was in retrograde, with again a lot of the work that we currently see in the fact that Uranus is about to transit into Gemini. What does Uranus in Taurus teach us? It's working through the ability to find comfortability through discomfiture, right? It's working through the irony of that when one feels, right, when one has a comfort zone and one is hoping to expand the comfort zone, it requires the ability to step out of the comfort zone. I know it's frustrating, but that's just the way it is. However, what do we effectively find or recognize when we apply that for the application to things? The ability of being adaptable, the ability of being flexible, and that suppleness that we're able to bring into things becomes our strength. This is basically the work that we do in order to build prowess. And what does prowess effectively mean? Prowess, when we get back to the root of it, means the ability to be in the front of things, the ability to effectively allow for foresight, to be able to navigate and recognize what is coming ahead of the self. So a lot of this work that we're currently seeing and experiencing right now are helping us on pathworks of prowess. But it's not easy, because the thing about it is when you're working through that, you have to be in the space, and this is just the truth of it. The ability to doubt oneself fortifies prowess. And why does the ability to doubt oneself fortify prowess? It requires a healthy amount of doubt, right? Not too much, because what happens when you have too much doubt in the self? When you've got too much doubt in the self, then you can't effectively move forward and do anything. Everything feels like the questioning of the self that often becomes its own hurdle. What happens when we have not enough ability to doubt the self? Then that often interprets us or moves us into being reckless. So that ability of being able to effectively apply the right amount of energetic doubt upon things, and this is what we learn. This is why we start to hold everything that we carry within us as a gift, right? A bit of energetic doubt that we then put our faith upon, right? trusting our intuition. This is how we effectively see that doubt and faith are not oppositional to one another, but they work in energetic harmony, right? Because it's the ability to have faith in terms of what it is that we aspire to achieve, while also fortifying that faith with the energetic doubt that then allows the faith to become even stronger. A lot of this is to say, and the reason that I'm bringing up the conversations between doubt and faith right now is we're seeing that for a lot of the energy in solitude, having to work through experiences wherein we identify that there may be new feelings coming up in relationality to healing journeys, right? Working through the observation of the tendency of a mind to apply sentiment, even in the spaces of our deepest traumas. What we effectively see that is occurring for a lot of those energies that are in solitude right now is the ability to discern between, right, the pervasive sentiment, which is the integrated experience of having experienced sentiment at the time that something occurred up until the present, right? That is the nascent sentiment. It is the sentiment that pervades, that has always been there, versus the lacquered sentiment, or the sentiment that the mind often applies to things that are energetically painful to allow them to be easier to carry forward with us. So that is why we effectively see that for a lot of the energy right now, this could be feeling like a little bit of a confusing time, having strange feelings coming up as it relates to old traumas, but understanding the quality and the tendency of the mind to effectively try to apply sentiment to things that allows one to feel energetically fortified in terms of the direction that one is moving, that one knows is healthy. We also see that there may be new relationships that are coming up at this time, and these relationships specifically may be building upon the conversation of being able to look or speak upon the past in a very holistic, integrated way, which is the ability to effectively apply or utilize the context of the past as reference, right? Being referential to the past, but not being reverential towards it. And what is the difference between referential and reverential? The ability of being able to see something with clarity that allows one to be able to apply it into the present most effectively. We also, now these relationships have effectively been the relationships that have been working through the world card. And these were the relationships that were coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon cycle that we experienced around January 18th up until the present. Now, the cycle that we experienced before that were effectively the moon relationships. Now, the moon relationships were coming together between January 18th up until we noticed Uranus that went retrograde. That was occurring on September 6th. Now, these relationships, I would not be surprised if the time period that we are currently experiencing, specifically and particularly now, between now and that new moon energy in Taurus, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of energy that may be moving deeper into union right now. And the reason that we're potentially seeing that has a lot to do with the observation of having these relationships, having found a partnership that is able to encapsulate the sum of one's personhood. It was hard to read for these relationships when they were first coming together, and there was a little bit of this hesitancy that was occurring in terms of those relationships deepening. But the clarification that we see around those is related to the experiences by which they carry trauma as it relates to past relationship cycles wherein another person made an individual feel that their purpose made them in unable to be able to navigate into healthy relationship, even to the point by which some of these relationships or individuals may have abandoned the possibility of coming into relationship. But that is why we see that there may be this massive healing moment that's occurring for some of these partnerships, because being able to be in a relationship that can hold the sum of the self is creating an experience or scenario in the past wherein they're able to see what was missing in past relationship, potentially navigating the lack of integrity as it relates to individuals that articulated that they were able to navigate another's purpose, but then tried to identify that the purpose that drove another towards the self was the same thing that was breaking relationship. So that is why we may be seeing at this particular time a lot of those deepening of energetic commitments. We also identify, now we're going to moving into the temperance relationships. The temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde, which was occurring, as we mentioned, around September 6th of this past year, up until the solstice period. These relationships we're identifying are potentially, I want to say they're potentially going through, it may be, I want to describe it as potentially feeling like there's not a lot occurring, but this is why there's a lot occurring. There's a lot happening under the surface of those partnerships. And what we're effectively seeing is happening for a lot of those relationships is being able to effectively move with a sense of stability towards situations by which there's a lot going on. What we effectively see is there's an expansion process that's potentially occurring right now. And that expansion process is one that is demarcated with a sense of patience and building into the context of taking step-by-step approaches to things. That in itself is what the benefit is, because we see that for a lot of these relationships, the ability to find healthy pacing is effectively what they're working through. And that healthy pace is not necessarily the one by which they feel that they're rushing through processes, but they're taking step-by-step approaches to things, and in the context of doing so, working through their own energetic expansion, specifically due to the fact that we see that there's a tendency, right? There a lot of those relationships, given the fact that they work through the temperance lessons of the tarot, right? The observation of being able to identify and articulate upon what feels energetically mutual is what is fortifying a lot of those relationships, and it's building into the context of taking step-by-step approaches, working towards the energetic stability that they're building upon, and potentially having a lot of deep conversations as it relates to those maturation processes. But even in the space by which we see those maturation processes occurring, we identify that those are the relationships that are feeling stronger, specifically because they are noticing the quality or condition by which they are bringing stability to situations rather than seeking it from them. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied in each class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to you'll also have access as well to the opportunity of receiving a mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. As I mentioned, these classes are all available to those who become founding members, but even if you don't become a founding member or a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on the new moon. That should be coming out this week. I also finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I am very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretations, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you are added, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Before we continue, I do need to navigate. Robbie, I have to point out what you're doing right now is not polite. I also need to point out Yeshua practiced divination. I would encourage you to take a look at the book that you studied. Go to the point by which Yeshua was trying to save Mary Magdalene. You'll notice that they were writing in the sand. That is a form of divination. I'll also point out that if you open your book, if you ever open that book and look into it for reassurance, you are also practicing divination. That is called bibliomancy. I would also like to encourage the fact that Yeshua never judged anyone. I've got the same rules that Yeshua has in relationality to staying in this space, which means as long as you are kind and accepting of others, you can stay. And I'm very sure that if Yeshua were here, they'd be very upset with the fact that you're trying to utilize their name to condemn others when you've entered a space by which you clearly do not understand what is occurring here, nor what the people individually in this space believe. I'm going to have to mute you now because, again, I want to stress this, I am muting you not because that you have different opinions to me, but because I keep very clear rules in terms of how to navigate the chat space. One of the first rules we have is it is incredibly impolite and rude to come into a chat space and to repeat the same sentiment over and over again. You're utilizing a space of judgment, and you're taking the name of someone who was a beautiful teacher and trying to utilize it to hurt others. I deeply hope that you can return back to that book and understand truly what the teachings in that book say. And I'm giving you another opportunity. I'm not going to block you. I'm just going to mute you because, again, you have to recognize there's only one force in this room right now that seems to be spreading hate and negativity. And I want you to deeply ask yourself, what pain is in your heart that you feel that you have to take a beautiful message and try to hurt others with it? Thank you. And I hope you make better decisions today. Apologies, my friends, for that. We are going to continue right now. How are you doing today, Emma? So good to see you. And welcome, Jojo. How are you doing today, Nicole? I'm doing beautiful today, dear. How business for you as well. And welcome, Hel Marie. Absolutely welcome, Trish, as well. Hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you today. You can have a reading, Lil, if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You will be the third person read for. And again, if anybody's on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, I just need to know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. We are going to be getting started shortly on a daily collective that will be free to the collective if you'd like to stick around for that as well. And as always, those who are super fans or paid members over on the place where we keep the videos are entitled not only to a discounted rate on the readings, but will also be available to receive a free 1-card reading each day as well. How are you doing today, Sovereign? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day over on the place where we keep the photos. Over on the place where we keep the photos, I would love to be able to start offering memberships there, but I need your help. I need to reach a certain number of followers before I can start offering memberships. So if anybody's joining us across the other apps and can take a few minutes today to pop on over to the place where we keep the photos and give me a follow there and comment follow in the chat space, I'll be happy to thank you by reading you a personal affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there but would still like an affirmation, just share this live with three of your friends. Comment the word shared and I'll be happy to share it as well. I'll share one with you as well. How are you doing today, Jay? Good to see you, Daniela. Hi there, Austin. Welcome, Nicole. And thank you as well, Bree. Everything's fine. Thank you for the follow. And welcome as well, Tony and Iris. Minnie, good to see you today. And Talia, thank you as well. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you too. Mike, thank you for the follow and thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. For anybody who's interested, the list right now, we are at 2 individuals. Mike and Stella are the first 2 people that we'll be reading for today. And thank you, Per, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mech, thank you for the follow as well. How are you doing, M? Thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Celestial. Celestial, I just emailed you. Thank you so much for your patience on that. But I can definitely get you that video. Just go ahead and take a look at the email I sent you. And I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hi there, Flo. Welcome. Adam, so good to see you. Thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising, Ro. Hi there, Stella. Good to see you today. Happy, Adam. And thank you as well. Yep, thank you. Absolutely. As I mentioned, friends, follow you where? Oh, positive. If you want that affirmation, over on the place where we keep the photos. So we can't say it starts with an INSTA. We can't say the full name of the apps because the apps are very jealous. They're very, very jealous. They get very jealous when they hear other apps' names. So, but you can find all of those links over on my tree with things in it in my bio. Would you like to hop on? Yeah, Ivana, I can absolutely add you as well. Ivana, I've got you on now. You'll be the 3rd person read for. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 4th person read for. Also, please remember, we've got 2 giveaways we're doing today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be when we get to 50K. Friends, we are already at 3.2K likes. Thank you so much for tapping that screen. And the other giveaway we're going to be doing is the reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that one as well. Absolutely. And thank you, Celestial. Appreciate your patience there. Better and better after Tuesday. I like to hear it. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started today. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get off the hold list, just let me know the date that you are added back to it. And we are going to get started on our personal. We are going to get started on the daily collective first. We typically give priority to anybody who's on the list before we start the daily collective. No one was on the list today, so we'll be moving directly into the daily collective. But before we start our daily collective day today, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. Good to see you today, Rena. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day over on the place where we keep the videos. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, and just a reminder as well, we've got 2 giveaways going on today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And the other reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And good luck to anybody who was participating in our highest gifter giveaway. Currently, the person in the lead on that right now is, just bear with me a moment. Currently, right now, the person in the lead right now for that is Ivana. That said, and thank you, Catalia, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Thank you for that follow. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to be starting right now with masculine energy. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine. Can I please get 3 cards for headspace of masculine right now? 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. What do we have here? Justice card in its upright, 4 of Swords in its upright, and the Lovers card in its upright. These are some intense cards, but I like to see them because they're very stable cards. I feel like this is a continuation of Venus is in Taurus right now. Okay. And I just want to describe this. Venus loves being in Taurus. Like, Venus wants to be in Taurus, okay? It's just where it wants to be. Because it's working into, it's the identification of understanding. There are some houses by which the planets are beautified. Venus is beautified in Taurus. And I feel like there's something about working into the context of gratitude, or identifying or feeling into gratitude to a certain extent. There's something really energetically important there as it relates to how we effectively articulate or hold ourselves proportional to the state by which we energetically hold pride towards things. And I think that there's something like there's a lot of, I want to describe that these 3 cards in combination, there's proud energy. And here's the thing about it. The reason we understand, and I want to describe, there's something very important that we see that has to do with the importance of understanding the recognition of holding ourselves in such a way that we know who we are. When we know who we are, then we are energetically proud in terms of being able to articulate and identify what makes us feel energetically stable. And what's beautiful about this is, and I want to describe this, especially when we see, right, like Justice card to 4 of Swords to 2 Lovers is often the conversation that we say in terms of identifying and recognizing pathwork of integrity, right? And what do we mean in terms of recognizing integrity? Integrity is our ability to energetically show up for one another. And the hard part about it is when we're working through, we don't have enough conversations today about what it means because to have an energetic integrity, because when we're building into integrity, then what's beautiful about that is you can't craft integrity for yourself, right? There's no pathwork by which you can create integrity. Integrity is effectively what is created by existing, right? And in the space by which we exist, others find our integrity for us, right? It's the gift by which the understanding is one that builds into that stabilization. And what's beautiful about this is, and this is the beautiful thing too, about integrity, we never know, we never see our own integrity, right? It's that silent, integrity is the silent witness to a life well lived, which is the modality or the experience by which, it's the modality and the experience by which we dwell within the aura of the understanding of our own sense of self. And it's beautiful because like we don't talk about it enough, but it's beautiful to energetically witness, because when you're able to effectively identify and recognize that pathwork, then you understand that is like, I like to describe it in a way, like when you think about, if you think about our energy as individuated, then the trail of the comet, the trail of the comet of our soul is basically our integrity, right? It's the energetic pathwork that we leave in the space by which we move through things. And so, and that's what's beautiful about it, because it's not necessarily something that we can predicate or control, but we can be conscientious of in terms of how we hold ourselves. Because when we understand and recognize that quality of self, then we think less, right? We think less about, right? We don't spend every moment energetically concerned about what others think, so much as working through the context of our own sense of it. So I feel like there's something very important there. And I keep on seeing that the importance that is effectively there is what's effectively fortifying a lot of relationships right now, specifically in terms of what masculine, like not just the identification point of masculine perceiving supportive environments, but also understanding how one holds oneself is what is necessary in order to achieve environments, right? Because, and this is why we can't get demanding in terms of what we anticipate from one another, but rather the force by which we hold ourselves that allows the ability to energetically observe and not absorb. This is a continuation of the work that we saw that was coming out of that full moon energy in Libra during Aries season, which is often like the space by which it's hard, right? It's difficult. We often feel that we're doing the best that we energetically can at every moment. But that modality or that adaptability of effectively working through things, and even in the context by which we work through them, we identify what it is that we're trying to do better. I just keep on seeing that is, this is basically the summation of a lot of that work that we identify when we're experiencing and navigating Jupiter in Cancer. Because what does Jupiter in Cancer often teach us about? It is the observation of the difference between how others perceive the self versus how it feels to be within the context of the self. Now, this brings us to feminine right now. And for feminine, we are going to be utilizing the tarot of the Nouveau Tarot today for the headspace of feminine. Can I get 3 cards for feminine, please? 3 cards for feminine. Highest priority messages. We've got here the Three of Pentacles in its upright, the Seven of Pentacles in its upright, a lot of pentacle energy for feminine right now. And we've also got the King of Pentacles in its reversal. And I think that there's something really important that I see is happening right now in terms of feminine, understanding what it actually means to be strong in feminine, right? And here's the thing about it, and bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I keep on seeing that this is feminine healing from a lot of the anything you can do, I can go better, do better mentality, because, right, it's the observation of comparison that often creates the space of feminine taking on excessive things, right? And there's a lot of that energy there because it's the understanding, right? It's the understanding that when feminine recognizes that the shape of a world that requires feminine to have to work to be exceptional, instead of having to be able to be in the space of being in their energetic authenticity, we keep on seeing that this is the feminine energy recognizing the toxicity of, and I want to describe this as recognizing the toxicity of energy that encourages feminine to have to energetically be, right? To have to effectively be over, right? Overachieving, right? And why do we identify this? Because what happens when energy feels that they have to overachieve? It's often the space by which the feminine is feeling that achieving isn't even enough of a benchmark. It's not the space by which the feminine has to navigate doing something perfectly, but the space by which the feminine is perpetually being in the modality of feeling the need to overachieve. It's understanding the energetic toxicity that often requires feminine to be the force of heavy lifting, right? Because when you are in the space of overachieving, it's often the energy that articulates that you have to give another an energetic concession, right? Potentially articulating, I keep on saying, the energetic imbalance of trying to articulate to another that energy matures differently, right? Because that in itself is where we identify the lack of health, right? The modality of giving energetic concessions to things instead, and this is, I'm not surprised to see this, given the fact that we've got a Libra full moon in Aries season, right? Concessions are given with energetic exceptions. And what do we mean by concessions are given with energetic exceptions? It's the identification point that a concession, when there is an exceptional circumstance, then it is rational and reasonable to effectively give an energetic concession. But what often happens with feminine is the modality by which the feminine is often told, right? Is often told that they have to do more or work harder because, right? Because other energies are in their child mentality. And this is why we see that the feminine energy is working to heal, because you do someone no service in doing something for another, right? You don't do a service for each other when we do things for one another, but rather the space by which we effectively amplify and articulate and show each other how to do things, right? Like the sound that you will hear when another person is giving up on you is, I'll do it myself, right? And that's why I see that that's a lot of the feminine energy that is building into a sense of patience and a sense of fortitude in effectively amplifying and articulating upon counterpart strength, which is not the modality by which they feel they have to overachieve to prove the fact that they can be loved, but the energy that recognizes that they're healing from an environment that effectively made the feminine feel like that in the first place. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy, and for non-binary right now, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 9 of Cups in its reversal, the Page of Wands in its reversal, and the 6 of Swords in its upright. So these cards that we're effectively seeing right now, the thing I want to articulate upon them has a lot to do with the observation or the understanding of being able to identify and recognize what the state and nature is of identifying and working through circumstances and conditions by which we effectively resolve, and I keep on getting this, like navigating, holding our anger as honor is what I keep on getting. And why are we seeing that for a lot of the energy, there's something important there in relationality to holding anger with a sense of honor? Because, and we were discussing this the last time we were doing this reading. For a lot of the energy, having to go through experiences by which they felt that they had to choose between, right? Having to go through experiences by which they felt they had to choose either the state or nature of effectively moving towards their authenticity, but not allowing, like not feeling the ability to be able to energetically emote as they did so, right? This is what effectively frustrates or confounds a lot of the energy in those modalities and those experiences, specifically because for a lot of the energy that is effectively doing that work, the understanding and the recognition that one is trying to create a world that does not require one to have to let go of the ability to emote in order to move through authenticity. That is how we heal and fix the energetic fabric of our society, right? Because you'll often see the exceptional treatment that often is experienced in a world where others don't accept one's authenticity. What do you often find in energetic scenarios where others don't accept your authenticity? Then when you feel angry or when you feel frustrated, rather than another person honoring your frustration or your anger, they try to energetically project it onto you in the form of identifying the fact that the frustration you feel isn't directed outside the self in terms of something that needs to be amended or changed, but something that is wrong within the self. And here's the thing about it. There's nothing wrong with holding anger. There's nothing wrong with being upset so long as one is able to articulate upon the justified cause and reason for that energetic frustration. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, the ability to articulate upon their energetic frustration and concern, or allowing the space by which they're honoring their energetic anger upon things, this is the energy that is working to heal. But at the same time, that might feel very triggering, right? It may reaffirm or remind them of experiences in the past wherein they had to effectively heal to find themselves. And even in the modality by which they do so, I just keep on identifying that for a lot of the energy doing that work, the ability to effectively feel reaffirmed in their energetic commitment in terms of building into energetic stabilization in terms of honoring their feelings while simultaneously seeing the source of others' projections or seeing energy that does not work on the self, but rather tries to project the work that they refuse to do on the self on others, we see that that's a lot of the energy that is feeling energetically confirmed or building into their energetic resolution and confirmation in terms of how far they themselves have come, right? It's beautiful. It's like, and I feel like it's frustrating because to a certain extent they're seeing their own progress, but at the same time they may be seeing or witnessing the hindrance point in those that perpetually, I keep on hearing, the hindrance point that occurs from energy that is perpetually projecting instead of actively healing, right? So there's a lot of that emotionality that may be coming through on that. Continuing to get clarity, and I feel like even in the space by which that's occurring, right? The observation of being able to amplify or articulate it is what is restorative potentially as it relates to healthy counterpart connections. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine energy, and we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be going into the heart space of masculine. 3 cards, masculine heart space right now, and we'll be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3. We've got the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the 2 of Swords in its reversal. And we also have the Queen of Wands in its reversal. So a lot of court cards that are effectively coming through right now in the heart space of masculine. And I like this for the masculine because this is a masculine energy understanding the quality and the condition of being around healthy energy is not feeling like one has to constantly battle in terms of, I keep on hearing, the space by which one does not feel like one has to battle as it relates to trying to identify or recognize. The word that keeps on coming through is preferential treatment is what I'm getting. But like the thing about it is I like to point out, there's no preferential treatment needed in healthy energetic connections, right? There's no preferential when it comes to it. But this is also, I need to point out, this is why energy that criticizes often ends up in unhealthy relationship dynamics, because when we identify preference, then we're not seeing the whole sum of a person, right? When energy is trying to build into preferential relationships, then it's literally often building into a relationship where another person doesn't exist, but is just perpetually changing based upon the preferences of another person. And preferential relationship dynamics usually lead to perpetual dissatisfaction, right? Because, and you'll see this, right? And I feel like this is almost masculine energy, healthy masculine energy, seeing the toxicity of preferential relationship dynamics. Because when another person does not see the whole sum of another, right? But just sees them as a tableau upon which they want to have their preferences adorned, then you often see the modality or the experience of energetic situations by which the dissatisfaction is the core of the partnership, right? Because it's often the modality, you'll see the relationship by which one person is perpetually dissatisfied and the other person is perpetually mutable. And so what it is, it's the vicious cycle of a preferential relationship dynamic where one person is perpetually dissatisfied because they haven't healed. And so they're constantly energetically criticizing mutable energy. And there's a mutable energy that's perpetually always changing, trying to effectively satisfy the dissatisfied energy. And then the dissatisfied energy will potentially articulate upon the fact that the mutable energy is too changeable. It's like, it's like, make it make sense, right? It's painful to witness, and you'll often see right? You'll often see the fact that when energy starts to heal, they start giving preferential relationships like that a lot of a lot of a lot of movement away from things, because and I keep on seeing, we live to delight one another, right? That when we change for one another, we delight in each other's view. But the modality by which, and it's hard to sometimes tell the difference, right, between the energetic delightful relationship, wherein we see energy that delights in changing for one another. And this is what we identify with a delightful relationship, the energy that is perpetually changing in the best ways possible, right? And that amplification of work that occurs, versus those modalities or experiences that potentially often feel like they're the replication of unhealthy or hideous relationship path work, in the space by which, right, you can often see and this is what we describe as a miserable relationship dynamic, because the misery that's found is not in the energetic fulfillment of things, but rather in perpetuation of an energetic lack space. So the modality by which one energy, right, this is what we see, like this is literally what we're seeing here, right? The modality by which one energy is perpetually dissatisfied with everything and is constantly articulating their dissatisfaction to the mutable energy, and then the mutable energy is perpetually changing, and then the dissatisfied energy articulates the fact that the mutable energy is changing too much, right? So that's the perpetuation of that unhealthy relationship cycle. And so what's beautiful about that is something that is observed is something that can be actively healed. So this is either the masculine that is observing this in the pathwork of the past and is working to heal from the trauma of experiencing that in some kind of inner child wound, or it's the energy that is potentially observing that around them and understanding why fulfillment is key. This is why self-fulfillment is key as it relates to building healthy relationship dynamics, because you'll never find, if you're feeling dissatisfied, there is no relationship on this earth that will fix that feeling of satisfaction. That is not what the relationship is for. Rather, it is the fulfillment that we bring into a partnership that allows us to explore even further how to build that fulfillment even more. This brings us to the feminine energy. And for feminine right now, we're going to be utilizing, for the heart space of feminine, the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got here the Death card in its upright. I'm not surprised to see that. The 2 of Cups in its upright. And the Hermit card in its upright. I feel like there's something really important about feminine recognizing and understanding the valuation of being in secure relationship, right? When we're in secure relationship, there's no relationship that can harm our relationship, right? When one is in healthy relationship, there are not other relationships that can harm a relationship. But often, and I like to point this out, this is why when another person sees another in a blissful relationship and another person becomes insecure in seeing it, this is why I feel like often feminine recognizes the need to effectively move away from things, because it's the observation, right, that healthy relationships should be methods of inspiration, that when we see healthy relationship dynamics, they shouldn't energetically trigger us. They should reaffirm our own energetic commitment that because it can exist, then so too is it available to us. But too often, right? Too often, and this is why comparison is the most toxic thing that's ever entered into the experience of feminine. Because if you spend an entire relationship looking in the other direction, seeing what others are doing, right, then you're not fully integrated in your relationship. Rather, you're looking at the relationship as a vehicle or metric or a success metric, right? And this is what we effectively have to work to heal from. Our relationships are not success metrics. And often the sound of a relationship effectively breaking is the modality by which we take something that's energetically precious to us and compare it to something that is not of ours, right? And what occurs in that modality? It's in that moment or that experience by which it feels like one articulates that one would prefer something else. So the modality by which we see this, I keep on seeing that is a lot of the relationships or a lot of the experiences that effectively energetically articulate upon the valuation of how they energetically feel about things, and they're honoring their energetic feelings. And I see even now that for some of those relationships, I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like there's some healthy feminine energy that feels like they work through the modality of having to go into hermit mode as a result of entering into healthy partnership, right? And that, I need to point that out, that is tragic. That is energetically tragic that we have created a situation or circumstance by which I'm reading into feminine, that often the feminine feels that once they enter into healthy partnership, that is the effective space by which they start to feel that the relationships around them shatter in the face of the relationship that they find themselves in. This is often the space by which, right, having to navigate tragic circumstances like that is what effectively hurts the feminine energy, because it shouldn't be like that, but it will be, right? It will be if we continue to be in a state or space by which others are utilizing relationship and viewing it as a success metric instead of the beauty of energetically connecting with another, right? And so that's why we see that is a lot of the feminine energy that is working through those qualities and conditions, or feeling the experience or the purpose, or navigating, right? Navigating, like it should, like working into healthy relationship should not require the double lifting of having to navigate others' insecurity as one does so, right? Like that's almost a lot of the energy of feminine, working through and recognizing some shadow work in relationality to fear that they may be carrying as it relates to entering into healthy relationship, right? The modality by which it shouldn't result in that. And if it does, then it often reveals the insecurity that's potentially around the self. So I feel like that's a lot of, and I need to stress, that's a lot of the continuation that we potentially see that is occurring specifically as a result of, like, this is a result that we see with Uranus in Taurus, with Venus in Taurus at the same time. It shouldn't be like that. But the fact that it is shows what we need to heal societally. While for non-binary energy, 3 cards for the heart space of non-binary. And I got to tell you, I just want to show you, I keep on trying to keep this card straight, but like the 6 of swords, the 6 of swords keeps tilting into the Knight of Page. So we're going to keep that cantilevered. You'll see the photo of it when I post it for the podcast. Can I get the Smith-Waite Centennial deck? Where'd you go? Come back here. Yeah, 3 cards, please. Oh, you got 2 here and 1. Yeah, here's the, yeah, that's why the non-binary cards are kind of all over the place, but in the best way possible, because there's something going on right now with the third row, is what I'm seeing. We got to work through it. There's something a little interesting going on there, and we're gonna talk about it. Hold on. Clarification. Oh, look at that. We got a King of Pentacles. A lot of Pentacle energy today. King of Pentacles with the 4 of Wands, and it's upright. And they're on top of each other. So that's the way they came out. That's the way we're going to read them. And the Mage. So the Magician in its reversal. Let's talk about it. So, here's the thing. There's a lot to be said right now that we see, particularly as it relates to non-binary energy and adaptability. And I want to point out there's something really important to recognize, and I feel like when I say this to a like non-binary energy, I'm just going to hold your hand when I say this. Your adaptability is a gift for those who recognize that they receive it, right? Your adaptability is a gift. But and the reason I say that is because I feel like a lot of the non-binary energy has had to go through experiences by which others always assume that they will bear the brunt of adaptability, right? The bearing the brunt, and I want to describe this, bearing the brunt of adaptability is often, it's like it carries a very unique healing signature, because the modality by which often energy that has experienced profound negligence is in modalities by which they often feel that they have to bear the brunt of others recognizing or holding the fact that one is adaptable as some kind of grand achievement, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like, oh, look at them. Look at that. Oh, you're so adaptable. Thank you. I had to be. There was a lot of neglect there. You know what I mean? Like, the modality by which one works through, like the adaptability that others often commend you for, right? The adaptability that others often commend you for, that you're like, thank you. I needed that adaptability. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my adaptability. I needed it to survive. It's like the modality. And the reason I'm articulating that is because, and I want to describe this, I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, having a somewhat frustrating relationship with one's own excellence, right? The frustrating relationship with one's own excellence, which is the articulation of working into things where others often articulate that you're energetically excellent, that was not necessarily something that you effectively tried to work towards, right? Not something that you came across willingly, but something that you effectively had to effectively find within yourself, that then becomes, right, that then becomes a blessing to those around the self. And that's why I keep on seeing that's why that third row is effectively blocked to a certain extent, because I can see the energy almost articulating upon the fact that they often go through things so that others don't have to, right? Like it's the, like this row that I'm seeing, and if you're a tarot nerd, you want to see it, it's energy that is frequently in the space by which they bear the brunt of things. And that is the shape, like that is the energetic shape that their love takes. But the observation in terms of the fact that they do so is often the space by which I keep on seeing. That is why I see that a lot of the energy that builds into counterpart connection holds one so dearly, is what I keep on seeing, because it's that observation or that work that effectively, I feel like the hard part for some of that energy is getting into the habit, I know you're going to hate when I say this, of advocating for yourself. Okay. I know it's hard, and I just need to stress this. You could not be like the energy I'm reading here, like it is not selfish to articulate and advocate for something that you would eagerly give another person, right? But it's hard because I feel like it's the energy that feels the space by which, right, like that's learning that it's okay to articulate that, because I keep on seeing when you articulate upon having one's needs met, then you give someone the opportunity to meet them. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards the masculine energy, and we're going to be utilizing the bottom of the deck. So the unconscious space of masculine. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for masculine right now. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 5 of Cups in its reversal. Okay. We've got here the Hierophant in its upright, and we've also got here the Knight of Swords in its upright, or actually the Emperor, correction. So I want to kind of work through something here. And I think that the important thing that we're energetically observing is, and I actually think it's interesting that I initially articulated that it was the Hierophant, but it was the Emperor. Because the thing about it, and this is what I feel like is almost going through right now, um, for a lot of the masculine energy, which is often it's nothing is more frustrating than being misperceived by energy that is not that. And this is why, and I need to point out, this is why this is often why the first emotion, and this is why it's important to be able to navigate our emotions, because I tell you right now, masculine, when you start healing, the first emotion that's going to come up, and you know this, it's going to come up big, it's anger. It's going to be anger. I know. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating to recognize that on the journey of healing, right? The first thing you have to go through is anger. And it's the anger of recognizing that this is what often happens with masculine energy. The space by which, when one works to heal, it feels like you're healing for everyone. It feels like you literally have to carry all of the weight of the unhealed masculine energy on one's own back. It is simply the modality, because in every moment by which the energy does not heal with you, it makes the journey even harder, because it is the modality by which a lot of the healed masculine energy spends, and it's even the space by which it's like you can't convince somebody that you're healing, right? And it's understanding that others will perpetually misperceive you as being unhealed, and understanding the why, right? Understanding the source of the energetic pain and trying to resolve it, and not moving in the inclination of what is easy. There is nothing more blessed than going the hard way, because the hard way is where integrity is formed, right? And that's what we meant in relationality, talking towards integrity when we started this, because the integrity you create is the integrity that others see in your wake. And when others see integrity, they go, wow, I would like some of that. That's beautiful. Look how beautiful. Look at the shape. Look at the energetic shape of that force moving through the world. Look how beautiful an existence can be in the wake of another's integrity. There's no more blessed path than having pathwork of integrity, because it's the modality by which you never see it, you never feel it, you can't put your hands around it, you can't talk to it, but it's there, and it's affecting the world in ways that you can never perceive, but are so energetically important because it gives each other encouragement. That is what's so blessed about integrity. When others see integrity, what do they feel? That is the shape that hope is formed under, right? You go through that hard work, right? You go through that hard work, right? And you don't feel like anything is happening. And what does everyone see around you? There's hope. Look at hope. Look at hope over there. Look at hope over there, right? The hope that we effectively deliver as we move through things that we often don't see, which is the direct result of our energetic integrity. And it is why it is the most invisible work that we can give each other, because every time we move towards that, there's a little more hope in the world, right? And that's all we're doing. We're all just plugging away with nothing but our integrity to guide us. And the result of that is more and more hope that we find everywhere. So I want you to remember that right now. If you're feeling like you're going through a lot of that work right now, masculine, and you're feeling really frustrated, and you're also feeling really frustrated because not only are you doing that, but often in the space by which you feel that others misperceive you, remember, nothing is missed. Nothing is missed by spirit, right? And the shape by which we effectively do that work pays back infinitely, right? It pays back voluminously. And the modality by which I see the energy working in that fashion, it starts, right? It starts with the self, right? and it moves out in every context in terms of how we move towards our relationships, the work that we're trying to do, and we don't need to be perfect in it, right? Because intention is not about perfection. Intention is trying to do something in a way that makes something energetically better. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy. 3 cards for feminine right now. And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for feminine. For unconscious of feminine. 2, 3. We've got the Temperance card in its reversal. The King of Wands in its reversal. And we have the 3 of Swords in its reversal. All right, let's talk a little bit about this energy here. Because, and I got to stress this, like, I like, I need to point this out. This is feminine redefining strong feminine. This is feminine redefining what it means to be strong feminine. And I like to point this out. The redefinition of feminine is not the modality of feminine, right? And I keep on hearing this. The strength of feminine is feminine not feeling the need to have to prove themselves in the context of masculine. Okay? Like, the redefinition of strength for feminine is the modality of understanding that there are many different forms of strength, and the modality by which, and I like to point this out, the toxicity of comparison is also the quality of unhealed energy, right? So the modality by which, right, the modality by which another person says prove it is often being able to see the energetic force of toxicity, right? The modality by which energy says convince me, prove it, is the energy that says, right, I want to see how far you will energetically go rather than energetically believing in someone, right? And that's the feminine that often understands you get more, right? You get more from encouragement and love and appreciation and being able to show someone the fruits of their energetic labor. There's never been a world by which energy slaves away at something or breaks themselves in half to try to do something and then saying, aren't you glad because you did it yourself? The energy goes, no, I'm exhausted, right? Like, the only merit that often happens, right? The only merit that happens when energy tries to get into a prove it mentality is they just conveniently got you to do all the work, right? It's very convenient, isn't it? It's very convenient. It's very convenient, isn't it? The modality by which another person says, we're going to give you the energetic opportunity to prove it. And that's how they get you to do all of the work for them, right? It's very convenient. It's very convenient. But once you energetically see it, right, then you don't unsee it. And you understand that love does not need to be proven. Love is believed in. Love is encouraged, right? Love is affirmed, right? And so we see that this is a lot of the feminine energy that is healing, right? That is healing from a lifetime of prove it. Because this is a feminine that says, that knows, the healthy feminine that knows that the only thing you get out of the lifetime of prove it is exhaustion, right? That's nice, right? You just spent your whole life proving something, and now what do you want? You don't want anything. You just want rest. The rest that you should have had from the beginning, right? The rest that should have always been there, available to you. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, that is the energy that articulates the fact that they don't do anything for the sake of proving anything to anyone, and that there's only one person, right? This is the message that we get through Aries lessons, that when you wake up every day, there should be only one person that you are trying to prove anything to. And that is the face that you see in the mirror each day that says, I bet we could do it a little bit better tomorrow. Non-binary energy, bottom of the unconscious. We'll be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards, please. Oh, these cards again, they're all jammed up here on the side. It's okay. Yeah, 7 of Swords and it's upright. Ace of Page of Swords and it's upright. Oh, so much sword energy. All this, you know, I need to point out a lot of sword energy right now in the unconscious of non-binary. And a lot of it, I need to point out a lot of it coming through right now in the first row. And I have to stress this, like the thing is, and I feel like it's a conversation of letting go of trauma. Right? And I feel like there's something about non-binary energy when it comes to letting go of their trauma, which is the energy that goes like, I'm good. And the reason I'm articulating that is because, right, trauma informs us, right? And it's not the fact, I need to point this out, and I feel like this is the complicated relationship that some energy has as it relates to their trauma, which is the modality by which they work into the context of understanding. I feel like this is the energy that gave up on getting rid of their trauma long ago. They figured that out. They figured that. As if the funniest thing you'll ever hear, right? The funniest thing you'll ever hear when you have trauma, like the funniest thing is someone being like, "Have you considered letting that go?" What? Oh my God! What? Did you letting it go? Oh my God! What a concept! You're right. You mean this trauma I've been carrying the whole time? I could have just let that. Oh, silly me. Silly me. This whole thing, you mean that? Yeah, I could just let, if it, like, literally, right? The trauma means the pain that you cannot let go of, right? Like, it's like the pain, like, and there is nothing more absurd than somebody trying to articulate that the sound of healing is letting go of trauma, right? Like, because, like, that is often disassociation. That's also what the energies learn. The energies also learn that energy that often gets too overworked on letting go of trauma is being like, that doesn't sound right, right? Trauma informs us. So you have to understand and that's the hard thing about trauma, right? Nobody ever wants it. But once you've experienced it, there's something to learn from it, right? And so that's the energy that works upon, right? That works upon the understanding. And this is what we talk about with shadow work, right? The understanding that when you're actually working to let go of trauma, the first thing you accept is you're never going to let it go. You're never going to get over it. And that's healthy. That's where the health starts, right? Because the minute you stop saying, oh my gosh, why can't I get over this? And saying, how do I hold this better? How do I shift this so that it doesn't break my back as I carry it? Then that is the journey that we do that allows us to become energetically stronger, right? And it's not easy because the thing is we constantly, right? It's constant adjustment. Like, that's the hard part with trauma. It's not even the fact that you move it once, right? You're going to shift it once. And then as you mature, you're going to have to adjust it again, right? The context or the understanding of the perpetual shifts that we effectively integrate that allow us to be able to navigate the force of our trauma, right? This is the energy that often articulates upon the fact that this is why the energy holds their adaptability sacredly, because they understand that is not only, right, that adaptability is the benefit and the gift from the energetic trauma that they've worked to heal and absolve within themselves, which is the modality by which they understand how strong they are, right? The modality by which they recognize how much they have had to effectively accommodate the pain that others have given them, but allowed the space by which it did not become all of them, but the space by which they found the capacity to hold it and become something more in the process is the work that we effectively do that helps us navigate the pain that often feels like it's overwhelming. But that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? The modality or the experience by which, and this is why we're very conscientious, right? When someone effectively brings forth the past to us, the way that we articulate it, the only way the past should be brought forth is referentially. The modality by which we effectively articulate upon what it is that we're working to effectively change. Because I like to point this out, this is also energy that has had to let go of a lot of relationships, specifically because, right, they've done nothing but effectively continue to energetically flourish or to grow. And the space by which another person, right, tries to articulate the fact that another has changed too much. I just keep on seeing the energy articulate that we're supposed to change. That's what our job is, right? That is what it means when we maturate. That is what it means when we grow, right? We're always on the journey of understanding the self more. And that journey is beautiful because, and this is why we don't hold, right? This is why we hold the past referentially and blissfully, because the modality by which another person potentially holds on to it too tightly is often the space by which the past begins to hurt us because, right? Because we're holding on to it too tightly. And this is the energy that effectively, right, they work into the context of their healing by articulating to others, right, the ability of moving towards energetic authenticity is us finding our bliss state. And as we do so, right, then that modality of being able to amplify and articulate, and this is why we only have, like, there's only one card right now that is in the third row for non-binary energy, and that is the Six of Swords in its upright, right? Like, this is energy that has learned, right, that is learning to navigate others' disappointment, but not over-internalize upon it, right? Because when another person is energetically disappointed, we often see that the question that should be asked is, what were you energetically expecting? And often the expectation that another had tells us everything we need to know in the context of how they hold us. Bottom of the deck on these readings for feminine, for masculine energy right now, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for bottom of the deck for masculine. There's another Emperor card. So we've got double Emperor card, and we've got the Emperor card in its reversal. And I like to point this out. A lot of the masculine energy that's healing is energetically exhausted by the performative masculine. But here's the thing about it. Performative masculine is often identified by those who do not necessarily feel that masculine, right? Performative masculinity is basically the result of someone who feels energetically insecure in their own energy. Because when you understand that the force by which you energetically occupy security, right? It's the force of feeling energetically secure. So the fact that you don't, like, the fact that you feel like you have to perform, right? And this is why often the healed masculine energy, like, starts to see masculine energy and it feels like a caricature. It feels like a farce, right? Because when you start to heal masculine energy, seeing others perform masculinity, it feels like a farce. Because it's the energy that feels like it's going out of its way to insist upon itself. Okay, it's like energy that feels like they have to, like, energy that has to insist upon itself feels farcical. So the modality by which, like, and I need to point this out, I would not be surprised, right, if it's literally the space by which, like, for healed masculine energy to, like, see unhealed masculine energy performing the farce of masculinity. This is why it feels so offensive, because it's the modality by which another is insisting so much that one is masculine, that it's clear that one does not feel like one is, because one feels like you have to hurt. If you have to hurt another person in order to prove that you're masculine, then you're probably not masculine, right? If you have to be in the space, if you have to be in the space by which you have to hurt another person to prove that you are energetically a force, then you're probably not that force, right? Because it does not require, right? It does not require hurt to be able to embody energy. It only requires hurt when you're afraid that another is going to uncover the fact that you're not within it, or the anxiety that you feel about the fact that you feel separate from it. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot, the Five of Swords in its upright, right? And the Five of Swords in its upright talks to us about, again, we've got a lot of that Five of Swords energy out here. There's a lot of five energy here. And the thing about the five energy that we're effectively seeing, and I want to point this out, this is feminine energy that is exhausted. The only reward for proving the self is exhaustion. That's the only trophy you get for overachieving. The trophy for overachieving is exhaustion, right? And this is why when feminine energy recognizes that the only trophy that is achieved for overworking the self is exhaustion, then one starts to be more conservative with one's own energy, right? The modality by which one recognizes and understands the space of being able to create an environment by which one feels that one is thriving is not the space by which one feels energetically exhausted at every moment, but the energetic thriving point by which one feels energetically healthy. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy, that's a lot of the feminine energy that is identifying and articulating upon that. And even in the space by which, right, the feminine is not allowing the context of feeling the need of having to run themselves ragged, right? Because I just keep on seeing that is a lot of the energy that effectively is starting to build into an energetic force of stabilization in terms of what feels healthy rather than what feels exhaustive. And that's potentially a lot of the feminine energy that is getting better, right? The only way that one can get better in terms of doing that is by building into energy that is, I keep on hearing, trust, right? And this is feminine healing collectively, right? Collective energy is able to distribute weight, right? And this is why, do you see what happens with feminine energy? If feminine's constantly in a point of comparing, they can't build collectively, right? The modality by which feminine understands why it's important to heal from comparison is because when feminine starts to build collectively, then it doesn't require feminine to do everything. It's the modality by which the feminine is able to find the energetic force by which they can do something in an even greater fashion, right? It's the modality that allows, when the feminine heals comparison, they're able to fix the fabric of femininity because it allows the feminine to take collective approaches towards healing. But that doesn't happen with unhealed feminine energy that's still in the modality of articulating upon energetic, like the space by which feminine sees feminine as as energetic enemy, right? And that's usually the strongest sign that something is effectively wrong in the energy of feminine. It's when feminine sees feminine as enemy that we recognize that is the harm that's happened to the feminine energy, because it prevents the feminine from being able to build or to see or to heal collectively. While for non-binary energy, bottom of the deck, we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial Hierophant, and there's that Hierophant. I feel like there's something really important in relationality to non-binary as it relates to speak. I told you. How's that affirming yourself going? I mean, here's like, and here's the thing about it. Like, I just, it's important to talk about things, is what I keep on seeing. And here's the thing about it. It's not, listen, I'm going to say this to non-binary energy. I'm not saying it's important to talk about things because it's good to talk about them. I'm saying it's important to talk about them. Okay? Even if you don't feel comfortable talking. And I mean that, and the way I'm articulating that is because, right, like this is the I'll deal with it energy, right? This is the I'll deal with it energy, right? But the thing is, right, the idea I'll deal with it energy is often, and I need to stress this, and I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, that's hyper independence, right? And the part is like the recognition point of working through hyper independence sometimes, and this is the worst part about it. I'm going to put it like this. For those who have been traumatized, hyper independence was the only thing that got you out of something. It's also the only thing you need to heal once you get out of it. Okay? I know. And it's frustrating. It's not, I know it's not fair. Okay? It's not fair. It's not fair that it's like that. It's not fair that the same hyper independence that got you here. Okay? I'm here to hold you through that. It's not fair that the same hyper independence that got you here is now what you're working to alleviate. I understand that, but that's why the work is necessary, right? Because the modality by which we articulate the space of being able to heal from our hyper independence, this is why we understand that the journey of healing is perpetual, because the thing that effectively protected us is what can sometimes block healthy relationship. So the ability of the energy to effectively identify and recognize and to articulate their needs so they have needs met, remember, that is also a part of your healing journey. And it's not too much to ask if it's something that you yourself would eagerly give in another context. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards in the cup suit. Our next class is going to be held on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the wand suit, the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you have access to the full year's, a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Please keep in mind as well, one of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we're navigating. I'll be writing one shortly on the new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as our dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in a dream, in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. We are going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, and congratulations to Ava. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting an additional, you'll be getting a free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading as well. For anyone else who would like to get on the list for today, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yep, absolutely. No, it's definitely beautified there, Nicole. Good to see you today and following. Thank you for the follow. Happy Wednesday, Nix. Chrissy, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't think we're articulating about anyone. I don't think there's any context by which torture is funny. So I'm not sure where you're picking up on that, but if there's anything I need to do to clarify, let me know. Ella, Grand Rising, dear. And how are you doing today, Nicole? Grand Rising, good to see you, Ivana. Yeah, Yaz, I was trying to communicate with you over the disco. Can you confirm what day you wanted to get on the list for? I'm happy to add you to the list. I didn't see you. I've got the individuals down yesterday were Julia, Ivana, and Hannah. Yep. And Tony, thank you for the follow. That was my 1 card yesterday. Oh, sending you so much support, Nicole. Grand Rising. And Kat, thank you for those gifts, dear. Oh, which one? Thank you, Tony. Excellent. And Guilty, thank you as well, Nicole. Grand Rising, Dada, good to see you today. Hi there, how are you doing today, Ava? Hi there, Luna, welcome. And Boz, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Dada. Nicole, I've been getting a lot of the same cards recently, usually with the Hierophant on the bottom of the deck. Well, and I like to point this out, like Hierophant on the bottom of the deck can often talk to us about having a different perspective on something, right? It's the observation of what we're working to change. You know, it's like it's like having a different perspective on things, or having a refreshing perspective. Thank you as well, Flo. And King, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Excellent. And Janana, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name correctly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. And thank you for sharing the live, Nicole. Yep. Yeah, sitting on the testimony, sending you support. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Nitswaki, I'm going to need to ask you if you could please make sure that you're not posting non sequiturs in the chat space. You posted a lot of words there, but I'm not sure what you're trying to communicate. This is why I take so many naps. Thank you, Avatar. Thank you, Flo. I do my best. How you doing today, Kath? Yes, this was a collective. Thank you for the compliment, Q. And thank you, Alke, for the becoming the 119th member of my fan club. You're so welcome, Nitswaki. I know, right? I should do it to. Oh, thank you, Ivana. Oh, don't stay in spaces where you have to prove your worth. Your worth should be integral. Thank you as well, Nicole. Adam, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I never thought of that. My promise here now, exactly. Good to see you today, Bluebell. Hold on a moment. And thank you so much, Alexander, for the follow. I'm sending you so much support on that healing journey, user 76. Hyper independence was my tool so I could reach my fortune. Sending you support, Flo. The stack is the stack that has the word sub in front of it, dear. You can find the link in my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Yep, thank you as well, a little bit of shine for the follow as well. Thank you for those gifts, Lucas. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And Steph, thank you for the follow. Guys, just a reminder, please don't message people promising weird things. Thank you. Be safe out there. Hi there, Cosmic. Let me see what you're asking. You should be able to cancel. Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to go in, you should be able to go there and cancel if necessary. Yeah. If you have any questions about that, just message me directly and I can help you with it. Okay. Yep. Hi there, Q. Is the Page of Swords always an observant energy? Not necessarily. I often teach this in my classes. The cards themselves, it has a lot to do depending upon the cards that we see surrounding it. So, you know, there's usually a communication element when we see a Page of Wands. So it's either communication or following one's passion. So I would actually articulate in a way, like I would almost like indicate the fact that, like, you know, observant might not be necessarily the immediate, it might not be the immediate identification that I put to the Page of Wands, specifically due to the fact that one of the things that we potentially see there has a lot to do with recognizing or identifying. Like if I saw more of a reticent card next to a Page of Wands, that might give more of an observational quality to it. But in a way, like often Page of Wands can be very activating. So Cosmic, you have basically different ways that you can navigate it. For basically, you can choose to be month to month, right? So the month to month subscription, you can subscribe or end subscription at any time. The same thing, the founding membership, I believe, is a one-time payment per year. So it's annual. I hope that helps. All right, we are going to continue right now. We are going to get started on personal readings. If you wanted to see today's full spread, I will be taking a photo of it and posting it over on the place where we keep the videos. To find the school, dear, so if you go to my stack, the SUB stack, you'll be able to find it there. You should find the links to it in my bio. Okay? And if you have any questions about it, you can message me directly. If you would like a discount on that tarot class subscription program, message me directly from this live and message me the word class, and I'll be happy to send you a discount. Now, if you become a super fan here, there is a deeper discount for that class in our subscriber only disco channel, and which you have access to once you become a super fan. So there's two different ways that you can get that discount, either through super fan status. When you become a super fan here, just message me a disco GIF and I'll send you the access to the disco. Or if you just want the class coupon, message me the word class. Excellent. And thank you. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for becoming a member of our fan club. So just make sure to message me directly from this live with a disco GIF and I'll send you the invite to the disco. Same for how are you doing today? ECT, thank you for confirming. I will add you to the list as well. You will be the 7th person read for today. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Just bear with me one moment. All right, and before we continue right now, also a reminder, we are doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Perfect. All right. And you're welcome, Queen. And Linda, thank you so much for those roses. We are going to get started on personal readings. And just a reminder, thank you to those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos. If you become a paid member there, you can also be entitled to the discounted rate that we articulated, as well as a free 1-card reading each day when we get to the 1 cards. I would like to offer that opportunity over to the place where we keep the photos, but I need your help with that, friends. So if you are following me over on the place where we keep the photos, and if you become a follower today, message followed in the comments of the live, and I will give you, as a thank you, an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared. I'll be happy to give you an affirmation as well. First person that we are reading for today is Mike. Mike, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Linda, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the collective. Second call right now for Mike. Second call right now for Mike. If Mike is not here, we're going to continue down the list. The next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you for letting me know. And just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our live reading, if you have a reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. There is some sensitive information in this reading, so I need to read over the information before we continue with the reading. But we are going to warm up those intuition muscles first and foremost with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you. We'll be doing again after the next reading. And while I read over this, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. So something to discuss while I read. What is a new healthy practice that you're working to integrate into your experience? You're so welcome, dear. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna doing 2 energetic reads on energy around you. No problem. Okay. Tate, how you doing, dear? Yeah, I'll read the list right now. Oh, you bought a new journal. I love that. Excellent. All right, I'm going to read the list for those who are on the list. If I haven't named you on you're on the list, just tell me the initial where you sent the payment. I don't want the full name. The apps are very jealous. They hate to hear about the other apps. So just the first name will do. The list we have right now is Mike, Stella, Ivana, Tate, Trouble, Ava, and ECT. Okay? Excellent. Oh, yeah, I got it. 4 cards for Stella, please. I need to describe to you. I need you to understand. Okay? A lot of things will become clear when I articulate that every time I read for you, you've got a bunch of energy around you that is very, very dubious about the fact that feminine energy can do anything. Okay? That's the first thing I need you to recognize. Because everything that you're articulating becomes a lot clearer in the context of energy. And this is what we mean, like, and this is what we mean about healing ancestral things, because I often read this when others are going through ancestral wounds. The modality by which energy has a feeling that feminine energy is not either as intelligent as masculine energy, or could not do the same things, or does not have the energetic wherewithal. These are all ancestral things that need to be deeply healed, particularly and especially as it relates to understanding that the energy, the force by which the force by which things are created, build into a sense of energetic balance. So everything we keep on seeing, I want you to first recognize the modality of the energy that you effectively were surrounded by, that perceived the feminine as only there to be energetically appealing. So when you recognize that, and when I identify that, that is a very toxic, right? It's an incredibly toxic malformed modality. So when you recognize the toxic malformed modality that potentially was surrounding you, which is the modality by which the feminine is only there as centerpiece, right? The modality by which a feminine only is supposed to exist in order to be energetically gazed upon, right? Then a lot of the things that you're describing start to make a lot more sense. The first one being the space by which you articulated the fact that you wanted to do something, right? And another person by which the person they just said it, right? The space by which you identified the desire to get certified in something, and the space by which they said, I do not think they will be able to become it. That is how deep and unhealthy that toxic, malformed modality exists in the energy that's surrounding you, right? They were articulating it. They were articulating their dubiousness simply because you are an energetic feminine that was trying to energetically achieve something. And so the modality by which they stated that, and you energetically confronted them, and they effectively articulated right? The space by which they articulated that they did not believe in you. I keep on hearing it's not that they didn't believe in you. They didn't believe it's possible for feminine energy to do it, is what I keep on seeing. It wasn't, I keep on hearing it was worse than personal. It was worse than personal. It was collective, is what they were saying. It's worse than personal. It was collective. It wouldn't have mattered if it was you or anybody else. If you are occupying the energy of feminine, they would have articulated upon the fact that they doubted that it was energetically possible. And that is showing the pervasive limitation in the malformed modality by which they themselves were potentially raised, right? The modality that effectively identifies the fact that there are things that are energetically accessible to an energy simply because they're in a mode, like because they occupy the space of feminine. That is how damaging that malformed modality is. Now, that is what I keep on, and like the space by which, like that's where I'm seeing that, like literally, like I see somebody articulating upon the fact of not taking it personally, but it's I keep wondering, it's worse than personal. It's worse than personal. It would be better if it was personal, because that literally is the energy that says that they're dubious, right? They're dubious of the fact that feminine energy can do anything, right? Now, this brings us to the other energy. The other energy isn't like that. But the other energy was afraid to lose you. The other energy realized that they were losing their grip on you. And I told you, we talked about this in the pet reading. When this energy wants something, when that energy wants something, it tries to make one doubt its value, right? That is someone who has, that is someone who has a lot of cheapened energy in their life. And when I mean cheapened energy, it's a lot of energy that often says, in terms of the energy around them, right? Like what makes you feel like you're so special, right? It's energy that's perpetually always trying to take things down a peg, right? And you even saw that, like you saw that in the pet reading I gave yesterday, right? You saw how that person loved, what that person does to things that they love. That energy yesterday loved. That energy loved that pet. Didn't stop them from hurting them. Did not stop them from injuring that energy to try to get you to give it to them. Okay? I want you to think of the shape and nature of someone that when they love something, they will hurt it if it means that another person will devalue it so that they can possess it. That's a very dangerous person. The modality by which another person will love something and thereby hurting it so that another person devalues it so they will possess it, that's what they were trying to do with you. They were trying to do the same exact thing, which is the modality of you telling them that you had done a great achievement, right? That you were literally flying a plane, and they said, yeah, but it was only a small one. Like, what? That's absurd. That is the most absurd thing one could possibly say. It's actually harder to fly a small plane than a large plane, is what I'm getting. And I'm getting that as downloaded information, because I don't know. I'm actually, but I'm getting that as downloaded information in relationality, the fact that it's more dangerous and harder to fly a small one than a large one, specifically because there are less systems in place to make sure that everything goes well, is what I keep on getting. But you saw it. You saw it. You saw it in action. And they're saying, just look at what we talked about with the pet reading yesterday. That is somebody that is a toxic person that literally I keep wondering, everyone in their life, they've energetically devalued. It's cheapened energy that's surrounding them, which is energy that says, like, where are you going to go? Like, the energy that, like, the type of energy that will hurt somebody and then say, I'm the only one that wants you in this state, right? Like it's that type of energy. And I keep on hearing like the amount of like the fact that you got away from them is profound, specifically because everything I keep on seeing around that energy, like they would not, I keep on hearing they would not shy for an instant to hurt someone if it meant securing them in their experience. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Having to go through a lot of experiences with energy that try to make you doubt yourself and doubt your purpose is often the same energy that tries to guide you to theirs. Right? Remember how I said that there's been some energy around you that's been trying to move you off your path, right? There's many ways to move someone off their path. Doubting, making someone doubt themselves is one of the easiest ways, right? Because when you make someone doubt themselves, then they do it for you, right? The space by which you lower another person's expectations and their own potential is the easiest, most convenient way to move someone onto the pathwork that you yourself would intend for them. And so I see the fact you've had very shovey energy around you. You had energy that had kind of had your life planned out. And the way you'll notice this is if they if they articulated the fact that they said, this isn't what I expected of you, you shouldn't expect anything from anyone. It is not our job, right? It is not our job to have plans for each other, but to help each other, right? To help each other ascend to our highest purpose. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you feel like you had to alienate from those energies as you move towards your purpose, or you have to navigate their disappointment, because it's not just, I keep wondering, it's not just the fact that they were dubious. They had plans for you. I don't know why I keep on getting the fact that they had some kind of energetic intention in the hopes of what they expected your life to be or where you would ultimately go. And the fact that you've been putting that force of intention to things is you. Like it's very Akashic in here, because I see like the space by which you are here for a purpose. It's like I like it's never it never goes well for energy that I read like this. I'll put it this way. There's something it's not good. Like let this just be your daily reminder not to move people off of their purpose. Okay? I that's all I'm going to say on it. Don't just trust me. Okay? Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. I am on a little bit of a tighter time window, so I might be closing the list a little early today. So if you want to secure a spot, please do so sooner rather than later. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Don't get in the way of people's purpose. Love your life. Okay. Where are we? Let's read over here. Thank you. You got it right, Stella. You see, I love that. Here's the thing. I absolutely love it when the person, who I'm reading for calls the correct animal oracle card. That's wonderful. Tate. Oh, Cosmic, what is it for? Is it a dream journal? Hi there, Miranda. How you doing today? Good to see you too, dear. How you been? My experience too. Thank you, Cosmic. It's worse than personal. Exactly. Yep, thank you. Yeah, they were housekeepers. Ugh, sending you support, Cosmic. Thank you as well, Stella. You see? Well, that's what I told you, right? Like that, they became well again. Yeah. There's something about, like, I don't know why I keep on seeing something about that energy I'm reading into, right? Somebody being like, you don't really want this, look, it's falling apart. You should give it to me, kind of energy. It's nefarious. It's some nefarious energy. So it is that. Oh, okay. Thank you for confirming. So it is actually harder. Okay. Okay, good. I'm like, I'm just trusting the download here. I'm just trusting the download. Yeah, it's actually harder to fly a small one. Yep. Thank you. Okay, great. Perfect. I was just confirming what I was receiving. Okay. Yeah, I can see clearly. Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't plan this for you. It sounds wild. Yeah. Thank you as well, A. Thank you as well, Ivana. And Amy, thank you for the follow. It's a shame when you have to help this, when you have this help in your life and it's not appreciated. I agree, dear. Well, again, we try to be appreciative to each other. The best we can do is help each other succeed in the best way possible. Grand Rising, Denise. Yeah, thank you for the explanation. Some of it, some keep the info. Yep, I know. I'm sending you so much support on that, dear. We got so much to catch up on the last retrograde. Was it? Well, Tate, you know where I'm always here. Where have you been? I'm always happy to see you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Mike. If Mike is not here, the next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Susie, thank you for the follow. Ooh, we're doing a dream on the disco. Just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I got you on the list, Kat. I'm going to read over the list right now for anybody on it. The list we have right now is Mike, Ivana, Tate, Trouble, Ava, ECT, and Kath. If I have not named you and you're on the list, just give me the initial where you sent the donation. I don't want the full name. The apps are very jealous. They don't like to hear the other apps' names in their houses. Okay? All right, perfect. Got it. The bumps in the road are necessary. I'm glad to hear that you're moving positively in good directions, Tate. Always happy to hear that. Excellent. And before we continue right now, well, Cosmic, become a super fan. Then you'll be in the disco. There's pictures there. We've got all sorts of stuff. All right. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9. Oh, are we? Okay, thank you for letting me know that, ECT. I got you. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the adder. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. Outside tea, dream. You know what that means? We bust out the dream coconut. I like it. Sweet. All right. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Make sure to give Ivana some love. You're welcome, Kath. Where did Ivana go? Hold on. Got you. All right. Give Ivana some love. Outside tea. I dreamed that I got a text from a friend telling me that my ex-best friend wanted to meet up with me. The weird part for me was wondering why I didn't get a text directly from my ex-best friend. So I went ahead and texted her asking if she wanted to grab some coffee. I ended up going to her house, and she said she was going to have a party and wanted me to get ready with her like old times. Everything felt off to me, even though I was trying to go with the flow. It still felt awkward and just not right. We were in her restroom getting ready, and I remember the lights being very dim. Her mom came in, and she didn't even look at me or say hi. I assumed she was upset that I had stopped talking to her daughter. I said hi to be polite, and she turned, gave me a side eye, and very forcefully said hi back. As she was getting ready, her mom was helping her pick out an outfit, which also felt off to me. She was putting on a wig of some sort and trying on one of those extravagant hats, like the ones they wear in London for horse races. They're called fascinators. Okay, the one she tried on was a Royal Electric Blue. After that, she said, I'm going to call a friend so he can hook us up with drinks for the party. The friend arrived, and I remember going down some big stairs. She went ahead of me. And as I was going down, I saw a small decorative altar-like piece. I looked at it closely. It was like a little Easter rabbit wearing a tuxedo and a hat and an Easter theme around it. I had the urge to take the hat off because I was very curious about the decoration, but I accidentally broke it. That's when her mom came up to me and tried to play, and I tried to play it off like I was just fixing it. I don't think she noticed that I'd broken it. Then for some reason, we got in her car and drove somewhere. I don't even know where. That part was unclear. But suddenly we're back at her house and the party was about to start and people were arriving. Then her mom, my ex-best friend, and I were in a very dark, dim room. They both looked at me with disgust and said, "What is this? Are you a witch or something? This is too weird. What are you doing?" I looked at them like, what is their problem? And kind of thought it was a bit funny. The room got darker with a dim red light as well as beaming, and it no longer looked like a normal room. It felt like a forest or a jungle. In the middle, there was a large square cement coffin, and I could hear drums getting closer. I couldn't see faces, but it looked like shamans playing drums and other instruments I could not identify. And they were coming in like a parade. I wasn't scared, but I had no idea what was going on. My ex-best friend and her mom seemed scared and upset and thought I knew what was happening. Then I saw another room with light, and it was my work office. I was even more confused. I saw the engineer that works with us sitting at a computer, and I couldn't see his face, but somehow I knew it was him. I noticed his hand, and he was wearing a large gold square ring with a black stone in the middle. I think it was obsidian. I looked very similar to a ring we sell at my job. And then I woke up. Four cards, please. Two more. Yep. Okay, so it's a shadow work dream. And a shadow work dream often comes to us to help us heal from trauma that we're carrying. And this potential dream is to help you work through what effectively occurred that was energetically unresolved between you and this individual who you used to be close with. So we're gonna start with working through. There's a few different things that are happening here. Okay? And the most important thing that we're identifying is having to navigate a lot of passive aggressive energy. Okay, now we've talked about this here. Passive aggressive energy is incredibly toxic and passive aggressive energy is incredibly damaging to our nervous systems. And we often find passive aggressive energy in trauma environments, right? Which is the modality by which another person realizes what they're asking us is unreasonable. So instead of just coming out directly with it, they try to broadcast to us what their preference would be without having to energetically say it. And this is why passive aggressiveness is so toxic, because if there's something that you need that you have a hard time articulating, then that is something that needs to potentially be worked on within the self. That requires self-exploration. But energy that is not inclined to do the work of inner healing will often project the work that is needed on others around them through the form of passive aggressiveness. Now, I will articulate that sometimes shadow work arrives in forms that we don't expect. So this might not necessarily be in connection with this particular person, but the guides are effectively using this individual to help you heal from something that you yourself experience, because we can't experience anything in dreams that we haven't already felt before or that we haven't already had to go through. So what do you see immediately happening? It's completely exhaustive to begin with. Just to have a conversation has become a Herculean effort, right? Because it's not the space by which another person can reach out and tell you the fact that they would like to talk to you, but rather the space by which they're sending an emissary, right? They're effectively sending an emissary as a form of a mutual friend to say, oh, they would require your audience to have a conversation with them, right? So immediately we see that there's already volatility there because, again, it's a power struggle, right? Somebody who has a hard time admitting the fact that they want to speak to you. So instead, right, so instead of coming towards you and telling you that they want to talk to you, they send someone else who informs you that they would like to. So we already see the fact that the relationship is built upon an issue as it relates to a power struggle in the fact of another person that does not have the ability to speak to you, but rather requires another person to go and indicate the fact that they would like to talk to you about it. Okay? And then you said, and you said you went ahead and texted her. So you went ahead and but here's the thing about it, right? You went ahead and you condoned it, right? And when you condone it, you allow it because it's a space by which, again, you didn't point out the fact that that's weird. You just went ahead and said you took it and said, would you like to grab a cup of coffee? Okay, so there we go. We start there. You say you ended up going to their house, and they said they're going to have a party, and they wanted to get ready with you like old times. So this is potentially indicative of the fact that one of the reasons that this relationship was potentially damaged was because you've changed, right? Because what are they asking you to do? They're asking you to change back into the person who you were before, right? So somebody who is very much caught in the thrall of nostalgia, who is trying to replicate past experiences with you, failing to recognize that you're no longer that person. And you said everything felt off to you. Yeah, because it's not natural. You're pantomiming the past, right? Because again, they're passive aggressive. So they're not recognizing the fact that something's changed between you, but they're broadcasting you that they want you to go back to the person that you used to be, right? And it feels weird to you because you realize that you're not addressing the elephant in the room, which is the fact that you're no longer that person anymore. And so you said everything but you were, again, what were you trying to do? You were trying to go with the flow, and you said it felt awkward and just not right. You said that you were in the restroom getting ready, right? And you remember that the lights were very dim, and their mother came in, and they didn't look at you or say hi. And now we're starting to get at the source of where the unhealed energy is, right? Because again, I will articulate that so far you've given no indication of doing anything wrong beyond trying to do everything that another person is asking you to do. But they're not asking you, they're just broadcasting to you that these are the things that they aspire for you to do. So here you are doing everything possible to try to please another person. And why are they being so passive aggressive? Oh, it's the passive aggressiveness that was handed down generationally. Because now you see, right now you see where they are energetically learning it from, which is again, a mother that isn't necessarily indicating to you what you're doing wrong or why you've energetically upset them. But the fact that they're just broadcasting to you that your presence is upsetting to them. So you said you assumed that they were upset because you stopped talking, but you weren't. In that moment, you were embodying the energy of your friend. In that moment, you are becoming the embodiment of that person. The guides were, you remember how you described the fact, and I need to point this out, like the space by which you said hi to be polite, and they turned, gave you a side eye, and very forcefully said hi back, right? This is you understanding where they got that energy from, right? It's something that it's not something that's different. It's something that they feel is okay because they themselves are still experiencing it. So then you identified that you said as you were getting ready, they were helping you. Her mom was helping her to pick an outfit, okay? Which also fell off to me because this is potentially, again, energy that is caught in nostalgia mode, right? It's the space by which, right, the energy, right, feels like they're trying to recreate a nostalgic moment from the past. And the reason it feels off is because it feels forced, right? And this is what happens when we don't evolve or we don't change, right? It often feels, right? It often feels uncomfortable because it's a modality by which another person is doing something, and it makes it feel like we're not invested in the experience so much as we're playing the part that another person aspires us to be, right? And you said they were putting on a wig of some sort and trying on one of a fascinator hat, right? So again, this would also kind of work through the context of the disguising of the self, or the modality by which another person is asking the self to be someone other than they are, right? So the modality by which you're working through and you're seeing the experience, right? You're seeing the trauma that this individual carries firsthand, because not only are you experiencing it from them, right? You're seeing the generational trauma in the fact that they're trying to recreate the trauma that they're experiencing from their mother, which is again forcing them to embody something that isn't them, which is why we see them putting on a wig and a hat, right? Because it's the energy that is articulating the fact that they are dissatisfied with who they find themselves to be in the space by which it's more like they're playing energetic dress up, right? So we see that there's that modality by which you identified, and I like to point out the fact that you identified it and connected it to a race made it feel like there was a competitive element there, right? The space by which it felt like there was an energetic competition potentially between them. You then said, I'm going to call a friend so that they can hook us up with drinks for the party, okay? And you identified that the friend arrived, and you remember going down some big stairs. You said they went and they went ahead of you. Now, it's very interesting, okay? And I need to stress this. It's very interesting that you said, I'm going to call a friend so that they can hook us up with drinks for the party. Because I would assume that you are a mature adult, okay? I would assume that you are someone who is old enough to be able to purchase your own alcoholic beverages. So the modality by which another person said to you, I'm going to call a friend so they can hook us up with the drinks for the party, then we see even more that this is why the relationship ended, right? Somebody who is not ready to let go of the past, and to the point by which they're potentially looking back at a past experience by which they miss, right? They miss the fact that it felt like you are trying to become adults instead of being adults, right? Because there's a lot of this childlike energy in everything that we see in this dream space. We see it in the space by which another person said, you said, and I want to point this out, look, you said you wanted to go get coffee, but that would be too adult for them to do. So instead, where do you find yourself? You went back to their parents' house, right? And then their parent was dressing you up, right? You were playing dress up, right? And the modality by which a girl, they said, I'm going to get somebody to hook us up for drinks for the party, right? Somebody who is asking you to do the impossible because they miss who you were when you were growing up with them. And that's why, again, as you continue through the dream, trauma spaces feel weirder and weirder, because it's the understanding of how impossible it would be to be able to achieve the ability of healing the relationship, right? You would basically have to pretend that you were a child again in order to facilitate the relationship. And then you said, you saw when you got down there, you said there were big stairs, and you went down and you saw a decorative altar-like piece. And you looked at it closely, and you said it felt like there was an Easter rabbit wearing you saw an Easter rabbit wearing a tuxedo and hat with an Easter theme around it. Well, again, this is giving a lot of indications of someone who potentially is working into the context of overly holding, right? The space by which the Easter bunny arriving on an altar is, again, the thing about the Easter bunny is the Easter Bunny is a figure that children believe in, right? And so as it relates to the dream space, the reason that you see the Easter Bunny on the altar is understanding someone who holds, right, who holds their childhood too energetically sacredly. And the modality by which I wouldn't be surprised if there were relationships here that felt like they fell apart because when someone starts to move into adulthood, right, the space by which the illusion breaks, which is why when you went to pick up the Easter Bunny, what happened? The Easter Bunny shattered, because that's what happens as we mature, right? The illusion, the energetic illusion goes away, and we're faced with the energetic reality of things. But because you're in a trauma environment, right, when the mother came, because the mother was also building into that energetic infantilization point, that's why you hid the fact that you broke it, because you were worried about their reactivity, specifically because you recognize that it's not something that is anonymous or autonomous simply to the individual of your friend, but something that also their mother is participating in the fact that they're dressing them up. So then you identified the fact that you said you played it off like you were fixing it, because again, you're in a trauma environment. Lord knows what would have happened if you articulated that had occurred, but it was actively occurring, right? What was happening in the dream space was basically the symbol of the fact that the friendship could not remain in the space by which you matured and let go of the energetic illusions of childhood. You then said, for some reason, you got in the car and drove somewhere. You don't even know where. That part's unclear, but suddenly you were back at her house and the party was about to start and people were arriving. And then you said her mother and the ex-best friend were in a dark, dim room, and they both looked at you with disgust and said, "What is this? Are you a witch or something?" Right? Now, this is the space by which we recognize projection, because the thing is, right, the space by which the space by which you are potentially, right, and this is often interesting, the space by which people articulate things to us can often speak about what they themselves are doing, right? So the space by which the only thing that was happening in the dream space was you maturing, right? You were coming into the reality, but you were breaking their illusion, right? You were breaking their illusion that they had created for themselves, right? So the space by which they said to you, and they looked at you in disgust and said, "What are you, a witch or something?" Right? It's the observation of potentially working through a trauma space by which, if you don't, right, if you're not inhabiting the reality of what they're trying to effectively bring forth, then they try to condemn you or they try to accuse you of something in a way that potentially makes you, right, that you are trying to do something to them, right? So it's not the fact that it's the space by which they said it, right? And I need to point out the harmful part on this was or something, right? Like the modality by which, and I want to point out the fact that they said or something in that is the indication point of them not being invested in understanding what you are actually, what is true to you, right? But more the space of trying to belittle it, right? The something, the fact that they articulated something is the space by which they were trying to effectively hurt you. Because we don't say, when we hold things reverently, we don't add the word something to them, right? It's the modality by which another person makes us feel energetically weird by saying, "What are you? Different?" Right? And that difference, and that's why you said it's too weird, because that's when you said you looked around like, what is their problem? And you thought it was a bit funny, but the room got darker because you recognized that they were the ones, right? That they were the ones that were doing something that was dark or energetically nefarious, right? Because what's dark and nefarious is not just, it's okay, right? It's energetically okay to inhabit a modality so long as we don't hurt anyone in the process, right? So what you're basically seeing, and this is where it becomes a shadow work dream, the modality by which, right, they effectively said, or something to you, is the modality by which everything darkens, because what they were really saying is we don't tolerate different here, right? The fact that they were making it, the fact that they articulated that different was something that was negative, in the fact that they tried to energetically diminish it, is why you saw the fact that the room changed. And then you identified the fact that you said that you saw a cement coffin and the sound of drums getting closer, because you have to understand, a space that cannot navigate difference is in imminent decline, right? If a space cannot occupy difference, it's already in imminent decline, because it's only a matter of time before there's only one or two people left in an energetic experience. And that's what you basically saw. You basically saw the thrall that those two individuals had put themselves in the modality by which they did not want to let go of a past that everybody else is growing out of. And then every time somebody changes, they try to energetically accuse them of being different. And so the room darkens, and they are the ones that get closer and closer to the imminent demise, because it basically is an insular life that they're creating that can only be experienced between the two of them, right? The modality by which nobody else can effectively persist in that experience, because they're trying to effectively, right? They're trying to articulate or orchestrate the recreation of a past that no one else is embodying, that they feel that everybody else is energetically damaging. And that's why you said in another room, you saw a room with light. And you said that you were in your work office and you were confused. And you said you saw an engineer that works there sitting at a computer, and you couldn't see their face, but somehow you knew it was them. And you said you noticed their hand, and they were wearing a large gold square ring with a black stone in the middle, and it was obsidian. Now, obsidian, the thing about it, the last part of the dream, I'm going to say, that is effectively your guide. Because you identified the fact that you said you were back into a safe space, right? Like out of all of that dream, right? And all of that darkness, you were then immediately pulled into a healthy space. And you said you saw an individual there who looked like an engineer, okay? You saw an engineer who was sitting there at a computer, but they were wearing a stone of obsidian. And I need to point out, a stone of obsidian is a protection stone, right? And so the guide effectively arriving at the end of the dream is basically showing you the point of the shadow work, which is the observation by which you said that it felt like something that was similar, right? And that's what's beautiful, because the guide was basically giving you a reality check, right? They were bringing you back into the context of reality and the ability of understanding and recognizing the stabilization that you've created for yourself through, and I need to point this out, we can't experience anything in the dream space that we haven't already experienced. So the fact that you've had this dream, you've experienced it. It might be more traumatizing the way it's arriving in the dream space, but these are the guides that are effectively showing you what that feels like in order to heal it. So that's why the energy of the guide at the end of the dream coming towards you in your office environment is saying, right, the ability to find that groundedness in reality is helping you to understand, right? You're exactly where you're supposed to be, right? Because being grounded in reality is beautiful. And it's also, again, it's also energetically stabilizing, because it's working through the context of things that are energetically magical, right? Things that are magical but supportive, right? Not the modality by which, right? It's the energy that feels like it's protective in the space by which it doesn't feel like it's consuming, but in the space by which it feels energetically nourishing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Whoop, all these cards flying out. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, all the cards fell. Give me a minute. Oh, Lord, give me a sec. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, the past. So yeah, a lot of these cards came out with the bottom of the deck, but this is the one that feels like it's holding firm right now, which is saying the past, having a healthy relationship with the past is observing that the past is the past, right? Having a healthy relationship with the past is looking at it with a sense of peaceful, energetic nostalgia, which is the modality by which we can hold sentiment to it, but we're not overly sentimental upon it. And those who hold on to the past too much often damage the ability to have healthy relationships. I wouldn't be surprised if you lost energy like this in the midst of a Saturn return, because it's the understanding that we're supposed to change. It's the understanding that we're supposed to move beyond things. But this is why, and I need to point out, this is why you saw them with that blue hat on their head, because it was the observation of someone saying that they had decided that that was the best it was ever going to be, right? And the modality by which another person tries to articulate that that was like the best that was ever going to be is often the space by which they arrest their own progress moving forward, because they're too deep in the thrall of their nostalgia, by which they're constantly comparing every situation to what they identified was the absolute best point. So that's often the space by which we understand, right? The space by which we understand and recognize. This is why we talk about the fact that when we're building in positive ways, the best is yet to come, because we don't know what's ahead of us. But if we hold on too tightly with what's behind us, right, we get caught in the undertow of the past, which is why you saw that the hat was so small, right? Because the reason the hat was so small was because they were holding on to it so tightly that was all that was energetically left of it, right? They're like holding on to it and they're trying to wear it, but it's getting smaller and smaller. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is, we've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Guys, just a reminder, please don't message people promising weird things. Be safe. Okay. Hi there, Cynthia. Just reading over. Hi there, Sammy. Thank you for the follow. Okay, one moment. And thank you for sharing the live, Chris. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I say everything. Thanks, Ivana. I know I don't have a great poker face. Lisa, I got you on the list, Lisa. Yes. Boom, shadow work. Yep, good to see you, Per. Absolutely. Oh, you learned a new word today. Absolutely. Okay. Drum circle. Yes, this person was very volatile, and I would sometimes have to guess what was wrong. So again, this is the guides showing you what you're healing from, right? Like someone who's getting volatile because you can't recreate the past. It was draining, so I just stopped connecting. Understood. I mean, we could do a reading on it, Adam. You know, in terms of like, I'm not someone who's a numerological expert when it comes to life paths, but I need to point out, just like my inferences, there's a lot of perfection work that sometimes happens that when it comes to life path 7, that can sometimes be a little overwhelming. Yeah, passive aggressive is worse than actual. No, I mean, passive aggressive is like some of the most, is the most toxic stuff. Like we should work to try to remove passive aggressiveness, because if there's something that you don't feel comfortable talking about, then it requires the understanding as to why. No, it does. It totally messes with one's mind. Thank you as well, Chris, for receiving this message. Yeah, I would be the one trying to help and communicate, but nothing was really wrong. Exactly. It was just them being childish and wanting attention. Thank you for confirming what I was reading. And Sammy, thank you for the follow. This is so accurate about them being the same. Thank you. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Chris. And thank you as well, Kilongo. If I'm ever saying your name correctly, by all means, please correct me. Yeah, I didn't even want to drink. I wanted some coffee. Exactly. Well, do you see, like they were trying to recreate some kind of past experience. You're so on point. Thank you. I do my best. Excellent. And thank you, Giuseppe, for the follow. Giuseppe, I'm afraid I don't understand. I feel like I'm trying to read it. It seems like you have a love reading that you're looking for. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. I will point out the language that you're communicating in isn't my strong suit. So if we are going to do a reading, I might require, if there's any way you, like I can do my best to try to translate, but it's not, we might have some issue, like communication issues. Just pointing that out as well. Yes, this dream is wild. Yeah, this person still wanted to continue life like that as if we were teenagers, but this is why it's a Saturn return dream, right? And sometimes energy like this can be healed if the energy matures. Sometimes someone stays like that, right? Couldn't match that energy anymore. Sending you support, Ivana. As I was maturing and changing, I would go less to the family parties. Yep, left off. And Minnie, thank you for those heart me's. Thank you as well, Laurel. Sending you support on that journey. Yeah, mind check, just not and a reality check. Grand Rising, Laurel. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, dear. Sending you support on your journey. Alexandra, I'm happy to get you on the list. I've got one more spot today. Did you want to use your 50K? I've got a 50K from you for Saturday. Yeah, I'll read the list right now. So the list I have is Mike, Tate, Trouble, Ava, Kath, Denise, and Lisa. Hold on a minute. No, that's very fun, kind of you to say. And Ghetto, thank you for the follow. Pendo, thank you for the follow as well. Tate, you messaged me. Yep, on the app about my read, but I don't know if that's all right. I can try. Let me see if I can pull it up there, dear. We can give it a shot. Okay. I think I saw it come through. Where did you send? Let me see. Hold on a minute, dear. Hey, how you doing today, Pendo? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I've got one more spot today. And Lexi, thank you for those heart me's. How you doing today, Bridget? And welcome as well, Dandy. Alexandra, okay, I'll add you. The list is now closed. Anybody who wants to get on the list, you can get on for tomorrow, and you'll be have priority, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective. Where is that? Why isn't it showing it for me? I got you. Okay, I see it. I found it. Excellent. And before we continue right now, friends, remember we're at 32K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Tate here. Guys, make sure to give Tate some love. Okay, is this inside T or outside T? Oh, what? Oh my goodness. Tate. I met this guy last year and we hit it off. They've just been through a divorce. Our connection was super strong. They moved to New York City and I was visiting last weekend, my birthday. I was excited to finally meet them. They avoided me all weekend. But serendipitously, you ran into them in a bar on a whim. Can we read on our connection? Because there was some avoidance and weird stuff going on. Yeah. I mean, I see somebody, um, I, I feel like it's somebody who revealed too much about themselves to you and now they feel uncomfortable meeting you. You know? Um, boy, but I see somebody also like, oh my goodness. Wow. I gotta stress some of the stuff I'm seeing here. Um, like I don't know why, but I keep on, and I need to point this out, and it's something you have to pay attention to. Um, when energy has intimacy issues, they'll sometimes seek out energy by which there's a moat between them, is what I keep on seeing. Like energy that is addicted to longing will literally build into a relationship by which there's like an absolute long shot by which another person will be able to come into connection, right? Because it's an energy, because it's a relationship that feeds into, like it satisfies their sense of longing, which is the modality by which um, like the modality by which like another person has like some kind of companion by which they can like articulate how they energetically feel about things. And I feel like there's a situation by which they reveal too much. Like I don't know. I feel like you might not have realized it, is what I keep on getting. But the space by which, like, I feel like it's a space by which you potentially were just opening up as you have a tendency to, and them testing the waters on their own. I keep on hearing testing the waters on their own ability to emotionally communicate. And I just keep on seeing the modality by which another person realized that you are going to be in proximity to them. Just absolute fear. absolute, like absolute fear coming up, because I just keep on seeing, like, I just keep on seeing a situation by which, um, like, I don't know why they felt like some kind of confidence that they were protected by distance, or they felt like there was some kind of security there, is what I keep on hearing. Like the distance was effectively, the distance became a safe space for them to articulate to you things that they don't typically articulate to anyone, or to being, like, to be more, I keep wondering, being more candid or being more revealing than they would ever dare with somebody, like with somebody that they were like meeting. And I literally see somebody who panicked, who straight up panicked. Like I see somebody who is like, what am I gonna say to, like they're gonna, like, I feel like, and almost like, I mean, like I have to like I don't know what you guys were talking about, but I feel like in a way, like I feel like somebody felt like they were gonna have to arrive they were gonna have to arrive in the way that they articulated that they were longing to. And so I feel like I see somebody who was feeling very very, very vulnerable. I feel like they were feeling very, very vulnerable, and they were terrified of energetically disappointing you, is what I keep on seeing. And it's a shame, because I don't see any context by which they would have disappointed you. You know, like it literally, it feels like somebody. It's like it's interesting, because I've got like one of their guides saying they stood themselves up to a certain extent. You know, I keep on saying it's like they stood themselves up, because I feel like I see a situation by which you understood that, right? I don't feel like there was anything by which there were any expectations. And I keep on seeing that I feel like somebody saw you and they realized that, you know, like the fact that, I keep wondering, the fact that fate put you both in the same space was in a way their guides showing you and showing them and saying, like, look, there was nothing to fear there. Like this energy was like I keep wondering, harmless and endearing is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I keep on, I feel like I keep on seeing, I just keep on seeing the words harmless and endearing, because it was showing them that you were energetically genuine, and that there was nothing for them to be afraid of, because you were not going to, I keep wondering, you weren't gonna grab you weren't gonna grab them and drag them somewhere. I keep wondering, you weren't gonna grab them and drag them somewhere and say, like, okay, like, that's what I keep on seeing, is I feel like it's the energy. Like I just keep on hearing like they're carrying a huge apology for you right now, is what I keep on getting. Like a huge apology is what I keep on seeing. Like they're just, because bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I don't know what the conversation was that you guys have been having, but I feel like they don't, there's very few people in their life that they're that candid with. And I feel like I feel like that the fact that they discovered that you were going to be in proximity to them felt like a profound exposure point. Like they were feeling energetically exposed, specifically because they had not expected it. is what I keep on seeing. But I think that the thing is about this too. I mean, I'm not saying any of this. You have to understand, I'm not saying any of this to make it okay. Is what I keep on seeing, right? I'm not saying any of this to try to condone the fact that it wasn't okay, because I keep on seeing. I feel like I see somebody who let themselves down. Because I keep on getting, they got one look at you. They got one look at you and they realized, like, I feel like they got one look at you. They took one look at you and realized that you were everything. Like, I feel like they felt like they weren't being completely true in terms of how they were painting themselves. But I keep on saying they took one look at you and realized that you were underselling yourself, is what I keep on getting. You know? Like, I feel like that was the thing. They avoided you because they thought that they were overselling themselves. And then they saw you and they realized that you were underselling yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Ugh, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tate. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. SLK, thank you for the follow. Brian, thank you for the follow. Excellent. And so good to see you, Tate. And I hope you had an absolutely beautiful birthday. Ryan, thank you for the follow. A very sweet guy. Yeah, I can see it. I can see that they're going through it. I keep wondering, they're going through it and now they feel like they blew it. You know? New beginning, thank you for the follow. Yes, he said this to me. He didn't want me to see him like that. Yeah, it is sad. I actually was extremely eye-opening. Chris, I'm not sure who you're speaking about. If you're looking for a reading, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be read for before the Daily Collective. That's why, I mean, that's wild, Tate, like the odds. Hi there, Lisa. Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll read the list for you again. So the list we have right now is Trouble, Ava, Kath, Denise, Lisa, and Alexandra. I wasn't okay. I get it, though. This all tracks. Okay. Oh, thank you for also receiving this message, Chris. It was so heavy. He was struggling and didn't want me to see that. I can see it. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. I feel like I see somebody who is like, I feel like I see somebody going through like all of the stages of grief because they feel like they blew it. Oh, I do my best, Brian. Thank you for being here and also receiving these messages. Hi there, Anya. This resonated so much. I do my best, dear. Thank you for also receiving this message. Thank you as well, Mamo. And Anya, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Mamo and Chris, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Trouble. Trouble, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, friends, we're at 33.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Sure thing, Ruby. What's your question, dear? Second call for Trouble. Okay, I got you. One card on moving. I mean, this is a positive card, which means it says to me you're going to be taking steps towards that direction. I keep on saying one step at a time is what I keep on getting. Like it feels like I keep on hearing like there's something about taking a step, getting a step closer to it before the closure of the year is what I keep on seeing. I don't know why it feels like, I feel like it feels like there's some kind of fickle energy around you. Or somebody who's like adaptable to moving. Oh, I found Trouble. Okay, perfect. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the dog energy. You know? I keep on hearing like the conversation that you have in terms of, I keep on seeing like the space by which you find some kind of opportunity, or there's some kind of opportunity that I see that you're seeking, right? Like follow, I keep hearing like follow the opportunity, or think it. I keep on hearing it's not a change, it's an opportunity, is what I keep on hearing as well. Excellent. Trouble, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You're welcome, dear. Like it says to me, like I almost feel like this is the year that you're laying the groundwork for it, if that makes sense. You know? Trouble, I'm still waiting for your question to come through. So can you just let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, the message? Okay, thank you for telling me where the message is. Hold on a minute. You're welcome, dear. And just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay, I got it here. Okay. So it sounds like you're looking for clarification on the symbology of something that you observed. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can I get... Yep, thank you. All right. Let me just... Wait a minute. Was this a dream? Are you confirm? Okay, you're confirming that. So this is a dream that you were having. Or is this is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay, we'll get to it. I haven't gotten clarification on whether it's inside tea or outside tea, so I'm going to keep it internal. Can I get 4 cards, please? So I feel like what I'm basically seeing is that you're drawing an energetic conclusion in terms of something that you saw tangibly, that you feel conveyed some deep spiritual significance to you, is what I'm potentially, what we're specifically articulating. And then it sounds, and from what we're reading in the reading, you're articulating the fact that you saw a large group of peacocks that were performing some sort of ritual-like behavior, and it reminded you of a situation in the past by which you had effectively seen 7 with the inclusion of a white one 3 years ago. And so in terms of the spiritual significance that I'm seeing here is I feel like what you're working to effectively identify and heal has a lot to do with working through your own sense of energetically identifying or recognizing what feels what feels energetically unique And the thing that's interesting is there's often, like, I want to describe the pathwork by which we often, the pathwork by which we work through things is often identified by situations and circumstances where something seems energetically strange, but then, like, the strangeness that we often encounter becomes the energetic celebration point, which is the modality by which we are effectively working towards. And it's interesting too, because as soon as I started to read for this, my throat chakra like started closing up. But the space by which we understand what we identify as like strange or unusual is often the space by which we're often seeing the most authentic person in the room, is what I keep on getting, because the unification point of those two signs articulates upon, and this is why it's important that we build into the context of being energetically brave, because our bravery our bravery elicits more bravery, right? The modality by which we energetically articulate upon something, or the space by which we identify and recognize and we take that energetic leap of faith, right, gives others the ability to do similar. And so that is potentially the space by which you identified the articulation point, in terms of the fact that you said you couldn't, you felt some kind of limitation point, because that would effectively identify, like, and I want to just show you these cards, right? Like, this is the experience that you potentially had in the past, which is the identification point of navigating, right? Navigating something that is energetically uncertain in a way that one doesn't necessarily know how to energetically address it, or the space by which we effectively work through, like, something that is unusual, that then becomes the energetic experience by which others are simultaneously also going through it. So I think that it's really interesting that you felt that connection point in terms of something that you saw, because the two symbols that you effectively brought forth remind us that what we experience, right? Like, what we are able to draw forth from ourself becomes the force that is energetically unified, right? It's the ability by which we are able to articulate, or the ability by which we are able to energetically describe. It's the space by which we find the confidence to be our authentic self, that allows others to be able to be their authentic self even more easily and fluidly. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Wands, I feel like there might be something karmic. I feel like there might be something karmic connected to this reading, especially if there was some kind of connection to an individual, or something that you yourself are working to heal within the self. Because I want to stress this, like, this is why we don't work, like, we don't work to eradicate what is energetically special within us, so much as we work to celebrate it, right? Because I want to describe, like, the fact that you articulated that you had seen a bunch of energy like that in the past. However, there was that individual energy that was unique, right? The modality or the experience by which you yourself are able to identify or articulate to another, right? I don't know why I keep on hearing the word called out, or the modality by which, right? The modality by which we often go through energetic conflict points, and when we say to another person, you're the only person who's ever said that to me, is often the modality by which another person says, I'm the only I'm the only person that has the ability to try to tell you something that I feel like is energetically important, is what I keep on seeing. So I'm not sure why that's coming up karmically, but like the space by which I keep on seeing some kind of conflict between you and another person that evolves in the space by which another person is trying to say something important to the self. But we often have that tendency of dismissing it by being like, you know, you're the first person to say that to me. And another person says, I'm the only person that cares enough about you to tell you, right? Which is often the space by which we sometimes work through a karmic wound, by which we energetically sometimes lose. Like we sometimes energetically lose someone who has our best interests, specifically because the space by which they effectively tell us something that we know might irrevocably damage the nature of a relationship, but that they care about us enough that they would risk the relationship in order to effectively say it to us. So I feel like that modality by which I'm almost seeing that, I'm not sure why, but I feel like there's something integral about that as it relates to a karmic, like the karmic observation of how difficult it is to effectively do something like that, because it's the modality by which we effectively arrive to a situation knowing that we care about someone, but we're going to potentially distance ourselves in the context of trying to energetically heal them. So I'm not sure if that's something that happened between you and another person, but I feel like that's being conveyed in that as well. Bottom of the deck on that reading. Yeah, that's what I was seeing with the Knight of Wands and its reversal. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if the message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we are at 35.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Kiana. The list is closed today, dear, but we will be doing one card readings for subscribers. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to read for. So if you want to become a super fan, we'll be able to draw that card today, or you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. And the next person on the list for today is Avatar Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And thank you again, Trouble, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. And Anya, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Astrid. First and foremost, we never put our autonomy in the cards to make our decision for us. So even if we were to have a reading with me, we would never be asking that question of the cards. That said, we could always draw cards to see the nature of the relationship between you and that person. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, or we'll be doing one card readings once we complete the personals today if you'd like to have a card pulled, if you'd like to become a super fan. Thank you for the follow, Tush, and thank you, Chris, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Healing, thank you for sharing the live as well. You're so welcome, Ruby. How you doing today, sister? Good to see you, and thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Thank you for letting me know what your question is, Ava. Good to see you today. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. I'm also going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Astrid, the list is closed today. Also, please, we have a rule about not repeating the same statement over and over again in the chat space. Please go to my profile and see the rules of conduct. If you continue, I will have to mute you. Thank you for being. It's not considerate to those who are trying to communicate. Thank you. Okay, just bear with me a moment. I have to take a moment to read this. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Understood, dear. Well, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that you're getting the energetic support that you need at this time. And I will reaffirm that nothing here should be taken in any context medically. But I will give you information and relationality to navigating. Can I get 4 cards, please? And 2 more. So I feel like there's something important that I'm seeing. And I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing here that I think is really important is I see a lot of situations in the past where you yourself have not been able to be your authentic self. Like, especially, I'll just show you, especially with this Sun card, with the 7 of Swords, the observation of feeling out of place, right? When we start finding our footing, then we're able to navigate what it is, like what feels like it is fortifying within us to feel, versus situations or circumstances by which we feel that we ourselves have lost energetic control of situations, right? And I feel like I feel like there's something really important there, because a lot of the observation that I'm seeing is, and I feel like you're getting better at this too, like not allowing oneself to effectively have to be in a state or space by which one feels like one does not have energetic control over things, is what I keep on observing, right? And I want to point this out because I feel like I see you healing in some kind of very important way, because I keep on getting it's a very nuanced healing journey, which is the observation of feeling frustrated or angry in such a way that, and even as I'm reading this, like my again, like it's coming through and like it's giving me like, it's actually like coming through on my heart. When another person is not prioritizing us in a way that we ourselves would prioritize them, then it's energetically reasonable for us to feel frustrated about things. It's reasonable to be able to communicate our frustration upon it. And the modality by which we often recognize, I feel like I see two different things that are happening for you right now. Like on one hand, I feel like I see you healing from some kind of pathwork of weaponized negligence. And weaponized negligence is the space by which we articulate to another that something is wrong, that something is wrong, that something is wrong. And the modality by which another person effectively ignores our energetic pleas to the point that we're energetically screaming. And then another person says, oh, there must be something wrong with you to be able to be so energetically reactive about something, right? So I feel like there's a proportionality of you working to heal situations and circumstances by which that's the case, right? The other point, though, is I feel like there's a part of you that you had to create or had to rise up within you to protect yourself from an environment like that, right? And what's hard is when you're in environments like that and you leave, it's hard, like I keep on saying, it's hard to let go of that energetic instinct, specifically because that was the shape of yourself, looking out for yourself in ways that others around you weren't doing, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to remember, you're allowed to hold your healing in both hands. And when I say you're allowed to hold your healing in both hands, then it's the modality of being able to say to yourself, right? There's something that one needed to create, right? There's a part of the self that evolved or was created that potentially had to effectively, right, had to effectively step forth and put their foot down in ways that should not have ever been energetically called for, right? And the modality by which you're now learning to soften, right? You're in the process of learning to soften those edges, right? You're in the process of being able to hold that and say that you acknowledge, right? You acknowledge the fact that that same energy that worked to protect you is now what you're working to heal, so that the force that protected you is now something that you're not hurting others with. Never have you been more invested on your healing journey than that moment, right? Because that is the observation of you taking responsibility for yourself in ways that are profound and beautiful and energetically majestic. Now, as it relates to how that's going to affect counterpart, I feel like your counterpart's doing the same exact work right now. Like literally the same exact work. They're gonna understand that profoundly. is what I keep on seeing, right? Because they in their own way are having to go through it too. I feel like for them, they're healing more from a tendency of disassociating. Like there's a bit more, there's some Aquarian energy that I'm picking up there, which is not the space by which they're overreactive, but a tendency of effectively shutting down. So I feel like that is how the work is healing because I keep on seeing you're learning to energetically contain, and they're learning to feel. How it's going to relate to sisterhood, I feel like your ability, your experience becomes blessing. And when I say your experience becomes blessing, it's the modality by which the space by which you go through something and come out the other side is the modality by which you can articulate to another that you're not shaped by the trauma that you effectively had to experience, right? Like the space by which, and I keep on hearing, like the space by which you would have every right, right? Like the space by which one has every right to be upset, and even to hear like I'm trying to read, the space by which you have every right to be upset, but you don't allow that frustration to overrun your experience. I keep on seeing that is the sound of you becoming an energetic safe haven for those who are similarly going through those experiences. I feel like there's a lot of that work that I identify there, and even in the space by which I see it, allowing it to be the space by which you help others not feel as alone because you felt it too. Thank you so much for bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the Page of Swords. I feel like you've had to go through a lot of experiences of isolation or feeling that something that was happening was just happening to you, right? The moment by which you articulate to others, right? Like sometimes all we need is somebody to remind us that we're not alone in the experience of feeling something that helps us begin to heal it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you will be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, sister. Absolutely. I got super confused, like, oh, the pressure, and then I thought lion, I clocked, and I said ginger cat. That's very funny. Sister, thank you for those roses. Thank you, HRD. Absolutely. Yes, this resonates so much. Thank you guys for support. And look, even like I want to point out, that's talking about right now, the fact that your reading's resonating for everybody, like you're already doing that work. Thank you guys for supporting each other. You're so welcome, Ava. Thank you to the person who had this reading. It was needed. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. And thank you as well. We're going to continue. So just, I have a question for the collective. I want to make sure that I have to sign off a little early today. So I wanted to see if there's anyone on the list who would be comfortable with being moved to tomorrow. If you're moved to tomorrow, you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm ideally looking for at least 2 individuals to potentially be moved to tomorrow's reading. So at least. So if Kath, Lisa, Alexandra, or Denise, if there's any of you who would be willing to be moved to tomorrow's reading, if you could let me know, I would appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Alexandra. All right, and you will have priority tomorrow. Is there anyone else who'd be able to be moved to tomorrow? I would appreciate it. Thank you. And you'll definitely have an additional card in your reading. All right, second request. If I'm asking Kath, Denise, or Lisa, if any of you would be able to be moved to tomorrow's reading, I just want to make sure I have time to do the 1-card readings for subscribers today. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do, since I'm seeing I'm not getting a response right now, is we're actually going to be doing 1-card readings for subscribers now to make sure that we have time to be able to accommodate. Hold on a moment. Just bear with me a moment. We're going to do the 1-card readings now to make sure that we're able to accommodate the 1-cards, and then we'll continue forward with the personal readings. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. You're so welcome, dear. So if there's anyone here who would like a 1-card reading, if you guys could let me know, have your question, and we'll continue. Thank you. Ella, 1 card, highest good, please. So we've got the 9 of Pentacles in its upright. So this is effectively speaking towards, I feel like I see you kind of working towards building into a sense of peace and harmony. Bottom of the deck on this reading, particularly with the 2 of Cups in its reversal. I feel like the best you can do in energetic situations is being able to articulate upon what would be preferred, to see how you can identify and recognize deeper abilities to find harmony in situations. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, we've got the fire dragon, which is the observation of being able to be in a space of honoring your own anger. Let the anger transform into solutions, right? Because frustration that is fortified with direction provides the context of something that is energetically better. So don't get mad, get focused. Thank you, dear. Excellent. 1 card for Ava on Claire's, please. You know, the hard part is I feel like I see you, you're very empathic. And it's really hard when we're empathic because we can often navigate the energetic feelings of others in ways that can sometimes be profound. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's really hard. Empaths always have to work on setting healthy boundaries, right? Because the space by which one feels more can sometimes make us feel like we can sometimes feel worn down by empaths get worn down by microaggressions more because they're more attenuated to them. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, particularly with the blank energy, you know, you have to avoid situations where you're identifying there are microaggressions, which is often the space by which you potentially identify or recognize something that doesn't feel positive. Just I keep on saying, don't over internalize a microaggression. Just recognize it's there, maybe even write it down, and then move on. You're welcome, dear. Ivana, 1 card, please. Yep, I got you. The blue hat. Okay. The blue hat. You wore the blue hat in the dream space, right? When you arrived and they put the blue hat on, it's the modality by which, right, the space by which they said things aren't the same since you were gone. But I keep on hearing, yeah, you do not exist, right? You do not exist. You do not exist to have to be in the space of gazing upon another person's experience. is what I keep on seeing, because it almost feels to me like I feel like there's something about that experience that you're working through from childhood by which like another person, right, liked you being there, but wasn't trying to center you, which is why like the modality by which another person was trying to make you feel bad because you weren't present. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like when we recognize, when we mature, we understand that our job is not to effectively exist to be witnesses of other people's experiences, but the space by which we energetically reciprocate, or the space by which we effectively understand that things are happening and we can't be everywhere, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's almost like the space by which like I keep on seeing, like, especially if those are relationships by which another person is upset because you've changed. It's like, especially if you change because you got a life outside of a friendship, this is often the space by which we sometimes recognize that relationships from childhood don't navigate Saturn returns, because that's natural. That's what's supposed to happen, right? It's not the space by which another person should be holding that angrily. Minnie, one card, please, on how the meeting will go. I feel like it'll be productive. I feel like there'll be information there. Bottom of the deck with this 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like there's something important. I see somebody who, I feel like I see somebody who thinks, like, who moves very quickly on things, but I'm also identifying, especially with this, like, animal spirit guide. You know, I feel like there's almost like, I don't know why, but I feel like it's somebody who feels some kind of easement in terms of helping another. Like, I feel like it's almost somebody who's like trying to have a conversation about like someone's best interests, is what I keep on seeing, or like working towards how to do something better as it relates to, are you guys planning something? It feels like there's some kind of plan there, or making accommodations or moving something. Yep. Alexandra, one card. Oh, yeah, it feels honest. You know, it feels like you kind of being honest or celebrating some kind of change. Yeah, especially again with that 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. I just keep on seeing that there's something about that that feels, I feel like there's something about that that feels welcome, because it feels like a refresh. Yeah, especially with the boar energy, you know, I feel like there's something about that that is helping one to, feels like something about that that's helping one to heal by being able to like appreciate how far one has come. Hi there, Nina. Oh, I hope you're well today too. Chrissy, one card, highest priority. I feel like there's something important in relationality to communication, or being able to articulate to another how one feels. But again, having conversations about manifestation goals or intentions, right? You and another person being on the same page as it relates to the nature of a relationship. Animal spirit guide, yeah, healthy relationships are always defined in terms of being able to explain to another what they mean to us, is what I keep on seeing. Yaz, I got you, dear. Hold on a moment. One card, please, on sister's recent feelings of disorient. Oh, I can't make this a medical read, but energetically, can I get an energy card on the individual? I can give more indications on in a private, but I feel like it's passing. It's not going to last, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, it doesn't feel Like it feels like something energetically temporary. So if there's any confirmation on that, it just doesn't feel like it doesn't feel permanent in terms of like building into like stabilization. I did not, Yaz. So I have, yeah, You're welcome, Ella. Oh, I'm afraid I did not see that, Yaz. I apologize. I didn't see it till afterwards. Yep, one card from Celestial Guide for, Yvonne, I already drew your one card. Cute Queen. These are one card readings for Superfans Queen. So you have to become a superfan in order to receive a one card. Highest priority for Nicole, please. I feel like this is you. Like, make sure, double check some plans right now, or make sure you and another person are on the same page about plans. Oh, you got two cards here. Yeah. Yeah, double checking to create stability is what I keep on seeing. Like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, check the list twice. Yeah, especially with the Blackbird energy. Like, communication, healthy communication is key. So make sure that you and another person are communicating properly, or reminding someone about something that you're waiting on. Nicole, one card, highest priority, please. Don't let another person's fragility get the best of you. Yeah, I keep on seeing, right, like the space by which, like the space by which I keep on hearing threats are built on fear, right? Somebody threatening is someone trying to create fear in us. Don't let another person's like threats create fear in you. Yeah, especially with the Owl card, right? Like, just let it reaffirm your own energetic commitment in terms of what it is that you're trying to do. Yeah, you're welcome, Ivana. No, I got you, Ivana. Oh, they're about to move. So that's what okay, and the travel. Okay, thank you. I feel like there's something about planning, or having some kind of like planning changes or something. No, it's not me. Yeah. Hold on a minute. And Spell, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Chrissy. You're welcome, Minnie. Azel, these are one card readings for superfans. So if you'd like to become a superfan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Great. Yeah, you can message me privately for those. Cell, please don't it's not polite to continue to put the same question in the chat, so please be respectful. You're welcome. No problem, Yaz. The list right now, so Kath, I am short on time, so I'm looking for individuals to be willing to be moved to tomorrow, because I have a hard stop. Sorry, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Nicole. Observe, don't absorb. Yep, and the next person, I'm going to read the list right now. Sorry, thank you for the follow. Excellent. Yeah, the moon in reverse was transparency. So I feel like there's something about that, about you coming into a deeper sense of authenticity. All right, and we're almost at 50K. So the list I have right now is, I've got on the list right now, Denise and Lisa. So the next person that we are, Kath, Denise, and Lisa. So I was asking if there's one other individual who would be willing to be able to be moved to tomorrow. I would appreciate it if possible. But Kath, you're the next person on the list for today. So if you could let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, the post was someone else. It feels like someone trying to be more authentic. This is me now, is what I was getting. You know? Yeah, that was the message I was getting through it. This is me now. Oh, we got to 50K. Excellent. All right. So before we continue, we are going to give away that 50K. I got you, Kath. How you doing today, Lisa? All right, so I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you post them. Oh, I saw it. Sister Shine, congratulations. You got it. That will be available to you the next time I am live. Thank you so much. And Kath, I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. I mean, every time I read for you right now, Kath, I keep on getting the same cards. These are pretty much exactly similar to what we read for before. You keep on getting this. You keep on getting this King of Swords energy with a 2 or a 4 of Wands, which is saying to me that there's some kind of new partnership that is imminent around you right now. Somebody that you're energetically going to be meeting, that you're going to want to collaborate with in some kind of new way, is what I keep on identifying here. And I feel like there's something very important about that, because something I'm seeing here, I keep on getting the same information, which is the difference between feeling like we are in a situation by which we have to effectively be less of the self instead of more of the self. Like, I feel like that is the state or nature of a conversation that you potentially start to have with someone. The observation of being able to identify and articulate about having some kind of mutual desire in terms of the changes that you're looking to effectively make. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy. I feel like I see some situations where you're effectively articulating to another. Like, I just see you getting very good at explaining to someone what it is that you're trying to do, but not just what it is that you're trying to do, what it is that you're trying to do differently, or what it is that you don't like about a particular circumstance or situation, is what I keep on getting. You know, it's interesting because I keep on hearing it's some kind of relationship that has a mutual basis in a dislike upon something. But I keep on hearing it's a relationship that has a basis on what one doesn't dislike in the best way possible. Because I almost see it's a collaboration between you and another person that is a conversation in order to identify how you could do something better, or the way that you want to effectively change something, or being able to effectively it feels like taking something and putting it on its head. Like it feels like some kind of new approach to something. And the thing about it is, I keep on hearing the word eschew when I'm reading for you. And the reason I keep on hearing the word eschew is effectively, I keep on getting like the observation of being able to say to another, like a mutual, I keep on hearing a mutual distaste for some kind of convention, or a mutual distaste in feeling like you have to argue on behalf of someone or something, right? I just keep on hearing the same, like when we feel we have to argue, our point, then sometimes it feels like we're in the wrong room, is what I keep on getting, right? When we often feel that we have to constantly be in a space of arguing our point upon things, we can sometimes build into the space of feeling mutual exhaustion. And that is basically what I see is reaching some kind of alleviation point, because I almost feel like I see you and another person being on the same page in some kind of profound way, right? And not in the state by which it feels like another person is perpetually like misunderstanding you. But I keep on hearing the difference between healing from a situation where you're perpetually misunderstood versus the relationship by which you are understood. And I keep on, and it's interesting that the word understood is coming through, because understood would indicate somebody who understands intuitively because they know they're in alignment with you, or they're able to identify or help you frame something that you're trying to do in an even better way that you thought was possible. I also feel like there's something interesting about it too, because like everything I keep on seeing here, it feels like I keep on seeing, like it almost feels to me like this is an argument gaining weight. And I keep on hearing an argument that gains weight in the best way possible is what I keep on getting. An argument that gains weight in the best way possible is an argument that we're able to articulate to another upon an energetic viewpoint, or the fact by which another, like the space by which we're able to effectively articulate to another something that is hard to talk about, but that's why we talk about it, because it's necessary, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like in that way, I keep on hearing it feels like something around you is gaining energetic momentum that is allowing something to become easier, specifically because it feels like you don't have to be in the space of having to over explain it, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the over explanation is often fraught, is what I keep on getting. And why am I getting the over explanation is often fraught? Because the modality by which one has to over explain something can often be understanding. I need to point this out, like when we feel the space by which we have to over explain something, it doesn't really feel like we're in a space by which we're learning anything, right? And I feel like that, to a certain extent, is what I see is difficult, because I almost see, I feel like I see a situation by which another tries to effectively keep you somewhere, specifically because you have a solid understanding of something that is occurring, even though they don't agree with it. And I keep on saying, like, that to me is what feels like it's a little bit difficult for you, because I feel like you saying to somebody, like, right, the space by which you don't want to have to be somewhere just to explain something, but the space by which you want to actively work to change it is almost, I feel like in a way, it's like you moving out of some kind of expository role, which is the space by which you're helping another person understand the climate of something, but rather you effectively, like, going into a role by which you're effectively affecting the climate. And I feel like that's the only thing that feels like it's bittersweet, because I almost see someone articulating, like, I almost hear somebody saying, even though I don't agree with you, I would like you here to explain things to me. Which is literally like, I see you having to say to someone, like, that's not what you're, like, that's not the role that you're potentially seeking, is what I keep on seeing. Because I that's almost you saying, like, you're not in the space by which, like, that's you, like, potentially looking at something and saying, well, I can consult, right? That's like you saying, like, if you hear that, then you can say, I'm happy to stick around in a consulting space, because that is what that's what a consult does, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if that message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. The next person we're reading for today is Denise. Denise, if you're here, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Oh, I appreciate that, HRD. Thank you for those gifts. Oh, well, I've been here all the time, Lilith. I'm always here. Where have you been? Excellent. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Nina. Absolutely, Kath. Lisa, I've been asking if there's anyone who'd be able to be moved to tomorrow. So I was going to see if you or Denise would be willing to be moved to tomorrow, because I'm on a bit of a time constraint. So I'm absolutely, just let me know. All right, the next person that I'm reading for today is going to be Denise. Denise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call on Denise. Second call on Denise. If Denise is not here, Lisa, you're the next person on the list. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Second call for Lisa. Second call for Lisa or Denise. Hi there, Lisa. Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you, dear. All right. And excellent. And just a reminder to anyone joining us today, if you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. And while we wait, and as well, so if you became a subscriber, send me a disco gift, and with that disco gift, I will send you an invite to the disco. You'll find in the disco a special coupon code for our tarot class subscription program. You'll also find there, make sure that you're introducing yourself to the collective. Our next tarot class is going to be on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. Also, I wanted to let you guys know that if you are not a member, if you're not a subscriber, but would still like a discount code, if you message me directly from this live with the word class, I'll be happy to send you a discount code as well. Excellent. And while we wait for Lisa's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. Can you please confirm where you posted it in the disco, because I'm not seeing it, Lisa? I got it here. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Outside tea. I was offered a collaboration where I will be a spotlight. Oh, that's amazing. I utilize tarot as a tool in my work, and I talk and write about it. I have the opportunity to break down what I do and offer it to others. Oh, that's amazing. I want to make sure I articulate myself and my work with individuals as clearly as possible. Can we read on this and have a conversation with higher self for brainstorming and focus points? Absolutely, dear. All right, let's get to it. 4 cards, please. And 2 more. So I feel like the most important thing that I'm observing in relationality to a situation or circumstance is being able to articulate to another. I keep on hearing like there's something about this that feels like the ability to bring some kind of feeling of energetic joy to a circumstance or situation. Or it's interesting because there's like a heavy 9 of Cups energy that is coming through on this. And so the best way I can describe like a 3 of Pentacles with a 9 of Cups is it's the observation of being able to I don't know why, but I feel like it's not doing something in a formal way, you know? Like there's something about that. Like it feels very eclectic is what I keep on getting. And I feel like there's something about the eclecticness about something that has to do with creativity as well. So I keep on getting there's something about the way that you're articulating or doing something that feels eclectic and creative. And a lot of the work that I'm identifying there is effectively like there's like, and it's funny too because there's almost like some kind of quality of humor that I see is there as well, right? Like it doesn't feel energetically formal. And I think in that way, that in itself is what you're helping to explain to another, because I feel like, I don't know if there's some kind of work that you're trying to do about the application or the space of like identifying and recognizing how something has become personal to you or why it's personal. Because I think it's interesting because like the path work that I'm seeing for you specifically in relationality to the cards, I don't know why that by which, like, I don't know if you're an artist, but it feels like in a way there's something that's energetically created. Like, so it's funny, I was about to say creative, but instead it said created. So something that is connected to your creative process or the way that you energetically help others with those blockages is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important there. I also feel like the one thing I keep on seeing, and it's interesting too, because we've got this strength card. We've got this strength card that's popping up. And I love to point out like the strength card popping up. the strength card popping up can often feel like, I like to point out the strength card popping up can often feel like the work that we're doing in terms of finding our confidence around things, right? The ability to effectively articulate upon something that has meaning to the self, but not just the fact by which you're articulating upon something that has meaning to the self. But I feel like this is you getting better at speaking into, right? You getting better at speaking into, like I just keep on, I got a lot of this energy here, which is the modality by which, right, you're able to effectively identify and recognize. Like, I don't know if you do work to help others with their confidence, but I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy, like it's giving me like putting, like keeping one's own head up is what I keep on seeing, or the space by which the space by which you're helping others find their confidence. Because everything that I keep on seeing here in relationality to this, and this is where it's connecting to your higher self, I feel like there's a lot of, you've had to go through a lot of experiences by which you have had to decenter yourself. And what I mean about decentering was like, you've got a lot of trauma here that I see in someone being like, oh, like, don't, it's really, I keep wondering, like somebody try to stop you from talking about yourself, or somebody saying to you like, oh, it's really ugly. I keep wondering, I don't know, I keep wondering some kind of echoes of someone saying to you, it's really ugly when you talk about yourself so nicely, is what I keep on hearing, right? The understanding, right? The sound of healing from insecure energy is often navigated by someone that tries to tell us, right? Someone who tries to tell us it's ugly to talk about ourselves in a positive way. So I feel like in a way, there's something there that feels deeply healing, but recognizing that it might be triggering, because I feel like I feel like it's somebody who was like denting your confidence really early, right? And often the sound of someone denting our confidence really early is somebody who tries to articulate upon the fact that we shouldn't be proud of what we do, is what I keep on seeing, right? Um, I feel like the higher self is here to say that they're here to help you get that back, and that's inner child healing, because the modality by which, right, like the modality by which we articulate upon like something that isn't important often shows the full force of the trauma that we ourselves have experienced in terms, right? Like I keep on seeing like I keep wondering, don't talk about yourself like that, which is the space by which the space by which like another person tried to make you feel less than yourself because they couldn't navigate how energetically naturally talented you were. Bottom of the deck, yeah, that was a them problem. But it's hard because I see that it's something that still feels very charged in you. So I feel like remember that when you're doing that, that you are effectively, right, you're working to heal it by being able to understand that you've energetically earned that, right? And it's okay. It's okay to talk about the self when you've earned it, because it's understanding that you articulating upon your worth does not affect another person's valuation. And the only way by which you talking about your worth affects another is if they are too energetically insecure with themselves. So I feel like there's something important about that, because I feel like there's a lot, it's hard because I feel like it's still triggering to you. And I feel like there's a state by which it probably will always be triggering. But remember, that is you, like that is you healing from their insecurity. Don't let their insecurity make you feel insecure. Thank you, dear. And again, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Excellent. And Selena, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have priority. And same Jennifer. Okay, looking for Denise. Abo, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you so much support. Denise, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And guys, my friends, this is the final read for today. However, I would encourage you, final call right now for anyone who is, I've got you, dear. If there's any subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, just put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. We're doing Akashic right now for Denise. 2 more, please. And I'm going to pin up Denise here. Denise, I see a lot of situations or circumstances. I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're going through some kind of experiences right now where you're feeling highly energetically triggered. And I want to describe this like often a karmic blockage can come towards us in different forms. And a lot of the karmic blockages that we sometimes observe have to be the modality or the experience by which another person tries to articulate the fact that they're having a hard time understanding you. If you could not be clearer and another person identifies the fact that they're having a hard time understanding you, I keep on saying you can repeat yourself once, right? Like there is nothing, I want you to understand, there is nothing about, like you are a very clear person, which is the modality by which when you articulate upon the observation of what you're asking for, right? Don't let another person intentionally misinterpreting it affect you. Let the observation, and I keep on getting, it's not the fact that there aren't moments or opportunities by which we misunderstand each other, but the way you can typically tell the difference between someone who is invested in understanding us versus somebody who is articulating misinterpretation to effectively frustrate us is the space or the place by which when we bring that to another person's attention, right? When we identify and bring something to another person's attention and they are invested in understanding us, the observation of someone saying, I recognize that, I'm able to do that work. Thank you for clarifying, right? The sound we should hear is thank you, right? Not, I keep on hearing, not a litany of the history on why someone doesn't understand things. Because often I keep on seeing, I just keep on hearing, pay attention to someone that when you tell them what's wrong, they don't say, I can work on that, but they go into the litany of history as to why they don't understand something, because that is the energy that basically says, don't you feel bad because you should be feeling sorry for me because I don't understand you. And then often in the space by which you try to help them say to them, this isn't helpful, they go, wow, you're so mean because you don't care, right? That is somebody who effectively is recognizing the pathwork by which they're constantly creating the space by which when another person comes towards them with an energetic problem, they're more in the role of trying to articulate how hard something is for them rather than articulating how hard they're working to overcome it. And the thing about it is I feel like I see that this is an experience by which you're having to navigate this over and over again. Because and I like to point this out, when we care about each other, we work hard for one another. When we care about each other, we work hard for one another, which means that we don't create the space by which we feel like we have to perpetually repeat ourselves or go through the experience again and again and again. But the space by which another person says, I understand, I can do better, let's energetically ascend from this. Because everything I keep on seeing upon this, I just keep on hearing, remember, you are very clear, right? You could not be clearer. And the modality by which another person tries to tell you that you're not being clear enough, don't let it frustrate you, right? Recognize the force, like recognize the energetic force that works to confound or articulate upon the fact that one is being confounded rather than working towards clarity. Because, and I want to point this out, when energy doesn't want to do something, there'll be a million reasons by which one will articulate the fact that they misunderstood, or they tried to articulate the fact that you were not necessarily specific. But the observation of being able to see energy like that and not getting in the midst of an argument, but letting it inform your decisions is how you're going to energetically overcome it. And I keep on seeing it's not necessarily the easiest thing here, because I feel like it's going to require you to have to trust your judgment. But I keep on seeing, let like the space by which you walk away from silly arguments after you have stated what is clear, right? Don't, like, I just keep on saying, no, none of this, like, none of this abandonment wound ultimatum that comes forth in the context of you being able to articulate what it is that you want. Bottom of the deck, you have to hold your manifestation goal, right? Make sure that you're not getting in arguments with someone based upon what's missing, right? Talk about what's to be found. Because I just keep on hearing some energy, you've got this energy around you that just likes to dig. An energy that just likes to dig, just likes, like the space by which another person likes your energy, but isn't being clear necessarily on where they want to go with it. When we care about each other, we don't require each other to stick around. We understand and recognize like that we are energetically busy, and I feel like it's in a way embody that be energy, which is the modality by which you can be productive and say to another, right, you're clearly like, you clearly have a hard time understanding what you want. I'll see you when you understand, right? You don't have to be mean about it. You don't have to be cutthroat, but you can be very, very conscientious and allowing that compassion to fortify your direction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We've reached the conclusion of our reads today. Thank you so much for receiving that message. I've got you, Angelique. One card. What was happening energetically? A healthy relationship is not damaged by asking for clarity of direction. Bottom of the deck. Only unhealthy things are damaged by questions. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the salmon. Making sure that you're articulating to another, right? And I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like it's a continuation of what we read for. We're on the same page in the best way possible. So if you're worried that you asked a question that damaged a relationship, it deserved to be damaged. There's nothing healthy is damaged by a question. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Bridget, one card counterpart for you. I see somebody that's working on rebuilding right now or trying to keep a positive energy. It's hard. I keep on seeing somebody who's trying to avoid looking back upon something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blank manifestation, right? Fresh start. They're working really hard in terms of clarifying on anything that they're dwelling upon. All right, my friends, I want to thank you again for being here and receiving these messages. We will be back on at our standard time tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on the notifications. One card for Julia, highest and best on career path. Keep on putting that effort in, right? A little bit every day goes a long way. Bottom of the deck, don't get frustrated about opportunities that are coming too quickly. Remember, a lot of opportunities is a good thing. Just continue to be consistent in terms of how you're articulating and what you're trying to do. Blank manifestation. Again, allowing the context of building into that energetic stability point, not getting frustrated, just continuing to focus even more. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.